Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm and hearty welcome to each and every one of you on this occasion as we gather here for the National Seminar on Confluence of Tales, Myths and Culture in Literature, organized by the Department of English, SF, PSG College of Arts and Science. This is Kavya Michi.
This is Darshan.
This is Ramnathan.
From the MC desk. In her poem, On the Pulse of Morning, Maya Angelou writes, "Lift up your hearts. Each new hour holds new chances for a new beginning." Today is a new beginning to explore the captivating relationship between tales, myths, and culture and their profound impact on literature. The theme of this national seminar revolves around the confluence of tales, myths, and culture in literature. Today, we embark on a fascinating journey to unravel the interwoven narratives of folk tales, myths, and cultural motifs and how they find expression in various forms of literature. As we embark on this insightful journey together, let us be open to the wisdom of myths, the enchantment of tales, and the richness of culture, which have indelibly left their mark on literature throughout the ages.
It is a mark of our undying tradition to invoke the Almighty at the beginning of an important event. It is said, one song can change a moment, one idea can change the world, one stop can change a journey, but a prayer can make things possible. Now, to invoke the blessings and presence of God, I invite Miss Sharon and Miss Samyukta for prayer song. Let's rise for prayer.
God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my guide. Hold me closely to His side. With love and strength for each new day, He will make a way. He will make a way. By a roadway in the wilderness, He'll lead me. Rivers in the desert will I see. Heaven and earth will fade, but His word will still remain. And He will do something new today. Oh, God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my guide. Hold me closely to His side. With love and strength for each new day, He will make a way. He will make a way.
Thank you, Miss Sharon and Miss Samyukta.
The Department of English, SF, at PSG College of Arts and Science has always been at the forefront of academic excellence. Under Dr. P. Brinda's visionary leadership, it continues to achieve new heights of success. Today's event marks yet another milestone in our journey of learning and growth. I kindly request Dr. P. Brinda, Head of Department, English SF, to welcome the gathering.
Good morning to everybody. On behalf of our college and department, I am excited to welcome the enchanting chief guest, Dr. Ayesha era.natarasan, the recipient of prestigious SAHITYA AKADEMI Award. We welcome you, sir. It's my privilege to welcome. Thank you. It's my privilege to welcome our guiding star, the principal, Dr. D. Brinda. We celebrate your leadership, and with your guidance, we are eager to conduct many such programs in the future too. We heartily welcome you, ma'am. It's It's my great pleasure to welcome our esteemed Vice Principal, Dr. A. Anguraj, whose dedication and passion are evident in his involvement. We cordially. In absence, I would like to extend a genial welcome to our vivacious Secretary, Dr. T. Kannayan, and our amiable Vice Principals, Dr. Umarani and Dr. Jayanti. I am delighted to welcome all members of the faculty from other departments and colleges. I am happy to welcome my intelligent, energetic student friends, research scholars, and media friends. Tales, myths, and culture provide a universalistic approach to literature and offer insights into why certain works stand the test of time. In the child, they serve as primary means of expressing values and views of the literary imagination. Reading tales is an art which are not isolated from moral implications. Plato insisted literature must exhibit moralism. These help us lead a constructive life. The sheer quantity and diversity of tales, myths, and culture make it a daunting area of exploration. Each culture has its own myth and discloses the knowledge of life embedded in narratives, which are to be explored. This seminar will assure us with a holistic view of tales, myths, and culture in an efficacious manner. This is a humble attempt to represent tales, myths, and culture which unanimously make an integral part of life in the past, present, future.
Learn more, do more, and become more. You are a leader. One such personality is our beloved principal, Dr. D. Brinda. We request ma'am to deliver the presidential address.
A very warm good morning to one and all present here. Most esteemed chief guest of the today's program, Ayesha era Natarasan, the author, and he is also the principal of Krishnaswamy Memorial MHSS Lalkudi Trichy, Tamil Nadu. Our respected Vice Principal, Dr. Anguraj, the erudite head of the department, Dr. Brinda, the organizing secretaries, Dr. M. Divya, Dr. R. Sudha, Ms. Mohana Sundari, and the organizing committee members and the participants from the various institutions from in and around Coimbatore and other districts, the young minds, the students. Once again, a hearty welcome to all the participants who have gathered here for this wonderful national level seminar on the title Confluence of Tales, Myths and Culture in Literature. My dear students, this should be a conference. Actually, the way how you have organized, it's a mega type of the initiative where the convener of the English department, Dr. Brinda, has taken steps meticulously planned for more than 2 to 3 months. But even though the title seems to be seminar, it should be a conference because the number of the participants who are attending this particular seminar, what you call it, is more than 200. It is touching 200. So not only that, it is not simply the participants from various institutions and our own institution. It is a type of the interactive session and a parallel session where you have the chair, your department, senior faculty members are chairing the session and sharing their knowledge in different types of the venues. So it should be more apt that the title should have been the conferences, because conference or symposium can be the title instead of seminar. It is not just the giving the lectures right away. The expertise today, you have two legendary resource speakers today. One speaker is among us now. We also are happy to I think within afternoon he will be here, Mr. Anand Neelakantan. So he is the author of this Bahubali. So he is also a famous novelist, screenwriter, public speaker. He is coming from Tirupura, Kerala. But now speaking about the distinguished chief guest and who is going to be the resourceful speaker of the first session. His name is, I don't know how many of you are aware, even though his name is Natarasan, era.natarasan. He is famously called as Ayesha. How many of you have studied the novel Ayesha? Or how many of you have witnessed the movie, the famous movie which had come in the year 2001, and yesterday also when I was just speaking to sir, he said it has been translated in Bengali and it is screened. So the Archana, the actresses, she was one of the famed actresses. She actually acted in that movie, and the whole story was written by our sir, Natarasan sir. That is how he is known. More than Natarasan, he is called as Ayesha. The story, just I was talking to him, it is about a school child who is just questioning the teacher, the way how curiosity. So nowadays the younger generation, we know they are more into the current updates, and the curiosity makes them become a successful person. So that way, that the glimpse of the story, maybe I think today sir was telling that he is going to actually present a paper. He has got the book where he is going to give you a wonderful presentation and more details about that particular novel. Not only that, he has written more than 156 books. Imagine for one book how many days and how many months it is taking. So you have to give a big round of applause, because he has got the SAHITYA AKADEMI. That is a very prestigious award again. SAHITYA AKADEMI in the year 2014. So for his wonderful contribution, a big round of applause, because you are all, you are all really blessed, my dear students, to have such an eminent speaker. It is very, very rare because he is very, very busy, and in spite of his busy schedule, he made sure that he should come and give away the speech and interact with all the young minds. And therefore, you also have to turn up in such a way that your career, your future should be shaped in a better manner. And he will be the real inspiring role model as far as the English literature students are here. So therefore, make use of this wonderful opportunity which is before you. And again, I have to appreciate the organizers, because they were behind in making sure that these eminent personalities should come here. It is thanks to our Dr. Divya, Sudha and Mogna Sundri, who have made this possible, because without them, this definitely the contact which they have made, the way how they approach and how they have organized, and that is how today you all are here. So my appreciation goes to all the organizing committee members of the Department of English, the senior faculties, Sudha, Bharati, and many are here. So therefore, I'm just mentioning, I know about more than 30 faculty members are here. So I cannot keep on telling, but everyone has equally participated, and you have literally, you have strained each and every nerve to make this event a grand success. So once again, I wish you all good luck and have a good day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your words of wisdom, ma'am. Your presence here makes today even more special.
A tree that wants to touch the sky must extend its roots into the earth. The more it wants to rise upwards, the more it has to grow upwards. The more it has to grow downwards. So to rise in life, we must be down to the earth, humble and grateful. Here we have a great example for humbleness. The Vice Principal of our college, Dr. A. Angaraj. We take the honor of asking our Vice Principal to felicitate the gathering.
distinguished chief guest of this national level seminar, Mr. Era.natarasan, Sahitya academic winner, award winner, respected principal, head of the department, Dr. Brinda, faculty members of English department, and my dear students. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Department of English and the head of the department, Dr. Brinda, to conducting such a useful and wonderful seminar by inviting two eminent speakers, that is, one, our chief guest, Era.natarasan, and in the afternoon, Anand Neelakantan. Both of them are known nationally and as well as internationally also. For that, I would like to congratulate the department and team. Actually, the title is Confluence of Tales, Myths and Culture in Literature. Actually, I thought the literature itself a combination of tales, myths and culture. And how it is literature itself, I thought it is a tales, it is a myth, it is a culture. But I have studied the myths and tales are confluencing scientific inventions. Majority of the scientific inventions are based on the myths and tales in our ancient world. I can quote a lot of examples. Even I have read a novel when I was a student. I don't know the title of that novel. One girl, she is living in Nilgiris, I suppose. At the time of the darkness, when the entire river is flowing, she thought, those days there was no electricity. If our entire water is becoming the oil, we can light the entire world. That is a myth for her. But later, she will become an engineer, electrical engineer, and she constructed an electrical power station in Nilgiris. There was a story, I think, Kurinji Malar or Kurinjiten, I suppose when I was in school, I studied that novel. So, the myths... Kurinji Malar, sorry, Kurinji Malar. Rajam Krishnan, I suppose? No, okay, thank you. So, majority of the novels based on myths or tales or culture. When you read a novel, you can know the entire culture of the event conducted in that area, that society. Okay? And nowadays, majority of the novels based on the incidents, the recent modern literatures are based on the events conducted in society. That's why they have some opposition also. And in that juncture, I would like to mention that Sir is the Sahitya Academy winner. Recently, there was a news in the newspaper and the TV, sometimes ago, some number of Sahitya academic winners, they want to given back their award. I think you might have read it. And now, because of that incident, this year, the government asked the Sahitya Academy nominated persons, they have to give an undertaking. I will not return my Sahitya Academy winner. I suppose that is known. So, this is the example how these Sahitya Academy winners are the leaders of the society. They can do anything, they can change anything. Entire society they can change because of their novels. So, in that juncture, I thank Dr. Era.natarasan, one of the leader of the society, leader of the literature, coming over here to deliver a talk for our student. Definitely it will be enjoyable and useful for the Department of English students. Thank you, Anurag.
Thank you, sir.
According to William Thackeray, the British novelist, next to excellence is the appreciation of it. With great pride, we invite Ms. Elshina James from second year MA, who has created a graphite portrait for Mr. Era.natarasan. We appreciate her efforts and request her to treat this as a token of love and appreciation. May we now request our principal, Dr. D. Brinda, to present this memento to Mr. Era Natarasan. We kindly request Mr. Era Natarasan to unfurl the memento. Thank you, ma'am and sir, for doing and receiving the honors.
Ayesha, my darling, opening my eyes wide, why did you run away so soon, leaving me in the lurch? See, for you, I have searched and found out the answers for all your queries. See, I have written them all for you. As you wish, I have written them all in Tamil. These are the words of the writer who is amongst us today, Dr. Era Natarasan. Now I request Dr. D. Divya, Professor, Department of English, SF, to introduce the speaker.
A pleasant morning to all. Dr. Era Natarasan, the author of Ayesha, the short novel widely read with over 1 million copies in Tamil, started his writing career in 1976 through the timely weekly Anand Neelakantan. As a college student in Tripoli, his poems appeared in all leading monthlies weekly in Tamil. His first collection of poetry was published in 1982, and the first short story, Kanayali, was published in 1991 and in a Tamil magazine. So far, 6 novels, 4 short story collections, 3 books of poetry, including science, translation novels, and 46 books on multinational stories were authored by him in Tamil. Many of his short stories were translated into other languages. Era Natarasan won Bal Sahitya Puraskar Award in 2014, Tamil Valarchithurai Award in 2013, and many awards over time. So his stories have been made into short films which won international acclaim. So such an eminent personality is with us today to enlighten on the topic of this seminar. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. We request the dignitaries to kindly take their seat among the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause as we invite Mr. Era Natarasan to take over the session.
Sí. Hello. Good morning, PSG. I'm very happy to be part of this program. Actually, I am so immensely enjoying the moment. You you have come here to present your papers regarding a very tough topic. Let me lead. I am presenting the first paper of the day. I want to be part of you. I want to do it first. And of course, you would have done deeply so many things in your papers. You are all magicians. I am still an ordinary reader. Actually, my day starts by 4 o'clock when I take my book. And I walk along my school, college, place, wherever. I take the book. I read. My day ends by 11 o'clock reading. So as an humble reader, I am presenting you with some surprises from the English literature where myth plays a beautiful role. Shall we start? Can you all see that? The confluence of tales, myth, culture in literature. It is your topic of the day. There are so many subtopics the people have given. Every subtopic is actually worth to be written as a book. But I'm taking the general topic. Next, please. This is the inaugural address. Blah, blah. Next. Next, please. What is myth? I'm asking a simple question. Myth is a legendary or a traditional story that concerns an event or a hero, maybe a heroine also. It involves demigods. It need not involve the bigger god. It involves only smaller gods. These small gods are not permanent. They are even mortal. They will die. In many of the myths, you can see the gods even die. And deities are there. And every temple has a myth. Wherever you go, every temple is a myth. It's having a myth behind. They call it in different names. Thala Puranam, they will say, something like that. And it also involves a lot of rites and practices. You are here. As a student, you are here. As a presenter, you are here. As a lecturer, you are here. As a professor, you are here. But at home, your role is different. Your role is entirely different. As a daughter-in-law, you are having certain rights to perform. As a mother, you have certain rights to perform. As a child, you have certain rights to perform. And so on and so forth. Everything comes together, we call it myth. Next, please. Today, world mythology is a separate subject, please remember. World mythology, you can do your MA, PhD, everything. It's a subject in universities. World mythology, a separate subject. It has got that much immense power today to get you degrees, to make you professors, everything. So myth today is a subject. It's not just story or temples, things. So the cultures around the world and their literature is learned only in myth point of view. That is world mythology. Next. And you all know, as a student of literature, till today, much more importance is given only to the classical mythology. The classical mythology is nothing but the mythology of early Greek and Roman cultures. A culture actually is basically things done in the society as their symbols. That culture is actually operated by myth. That is the real thing between myth and culture. Next. So when we talk, for example, I am giving 2 examples in the beginning first to understand this topic. The first one is the Odyssey, the most famous of all works by Homer. Next one is the Epic of Gilgamesh. Epic of Gilgamesh is actually the oldest. Odyssey came a little bit later, But we should understand, basically, both are having equal importance in literature. Next, please. What is Odyssey? Odyssey, an epic poem in 24 books. It actually was written in 500 BC. We all know Homer very well. King of Ithaca, Odysseus, is the hero. His story is Odyssey. Odysseus, after Trojan War, you all know about Trojan War, I believe. A big horse will be taken, a wooden horse inside the city of Trojan, and from there at midnight, so many soldiers will come out and so many things will happen. That is a Trojan. Trojan has become today a myth. Today, Trojan is a myth. After Trojan War is over, Odysseus will be moving towards his town, his place, to become king. But on the way, there are so many hurdles for him. Fighting monsters, dealing with many obstacles. He wants to come back to the throne. You know what happens? His wife actually will be captured by somebody. In those days, where the queen is, there the kingdom is. It's not where the king is. A king is nothing but a queen's husband. So where the queen is, the kingdom is. That is a myth. So this story, even by the end of the Odyssey, if you read, you will be so astonished to see Odysseus, along with his son, will be fighting with the new king fellow, throw him away to take back his wife. That is Odyssey. It's a myth totally in the entire. Many gods will come, semi-gods will come. They will throw upon many obstacles on Odysseus to make him the best king, they will say by the end. Next. It makes us understand the culture of ancient Greek. Culture of ancient Greek is that Helen was the main reason for Trojan War. Trojan War, you know that very well. The culture itself is that whoever captures the king captures the kingdom. That is the secret behind the ancient mythology. So there it plays. Next. And Epic of Gilgamesh is somewhat different, older than Odyssey. Here, it is an ancient poem from Mesopotamia. We are understanding a culture of different place. Different place. Uruk is the place where Gilgamesh is ruling. Unfortunately, he is not a good ruler. He kills people, giving a lot of bad things, doing a lot of bad things to his people. And gods decide to send him somebody to kill him. In all stories in the past, gods will always decide what to do with the evildoers. Next, please. Now what happens? Gods create one character called Enkidu. Enkidu, even today Enkidu is a myth. Is he your Enkidu? People used to ask if you are going to be very close with somebody. If you are very close with somebody, is he Enkidu for you? Because here you will not kill Gilgamesh, he will become a friend of Gilgamesh. Both of them together will do a lot of nonsense. So gods first will kill Enkidu. And then Gilgamesh will die longing for friendship. The loneliness, how it kills a man. This culture, actually between relationship, friendship, so many things are learnt in this myth. Next, please. We understand the culture of Sumerian and Babylonian through this myth. The cultures are very important. There the relationships are different. Their friends together can do adventures, all these things. Next. What about Mahabharata? Mahabharata, we say, is an epic, but it's not an epic. It is actually a confluence of thousands and thousands of myths. Here it's very simple. Simply you can put it in single line. 5 great brothers rule a kingdom with peace and prosperity. Suddenly they are called Pandavas. Suddenly Duryodhana, one evil power comes, take over the kingdom, throw them into the forest. God himself is coming to rescue. That is Krishna. There gods were creating something to rescue people. Here God himself is coming. That is Mahabharata. Next please. Mahabharata actually make us understand the ancient Hindu culture. Hindu culture. You may ask many questions, but today Mahabharata is all myths in Mahabharata can be utilized. One myth you can make into one novel written in our present point of view. That novels I am going to take later. Next, please. Now, types of mythology across the world. Classical mythology, Greek, Roman. Near Eastern mythology, that is this mythology. Mesopotamia, Persia. We saw the Gilgamesh story there. Asian mythology, Indian, Chinese, and Japanese. If you take European mythology, you have Norse myth, Scandinavian, Swedish, Finnish, and Celtic. African mythology is there. It's not about Africa, it's about Egypt, West African, Saharan mythologies. And you are having, finally, the American, where you are having the Apache and others. So many things are there around the world, across the world. Everything has a literature. Everything comes forward in English. Look at this. All mythologies together presented. If there is any language in the world, only English. Because English is an universal language. So everything is in English. Next, we are now entering, myth involves some historical events. Understanding myth again, mixed with some supernatural beings. Next, myths are mostly very old. They have ruled the world. You know why? Because science and technology was not that sound in those days. Science and technology not that sound in those days. Will go because thunder will be very much fearful to that fellow. This kind of myth, it's all there in our society, in our family, it's everywhere. Even in thunder, you won't call the name of your father, but you will call the name of Arjuna. Because we know our mind, it's all working in our mind, in our brain. Myth is all there in our own body. It is growing with us. Next. Now, how myth is used? In literature, as usual, I am starting with Shakespeare. Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, look at this one line. Gallop apace, you fairy-footed, speeds towards Phoebus' lodging. Here, Juliet is actually crying, shouting, screaming at the sun. Get out, sun. Let night comes. In the darkness, I want to meet Juliet, Romeo. In that, he is using one word, Phoebus. Phoebus is the god of sun. It is believed that in the myth, every night, sun goes to Phoebus' home and stays there. So, Juliet is asking the sun to go to your house. She is not telling go to your home. She is telling go to Phoebus. What is she calling the place where sun lives? Phoebus lodging. Today we have a lot of lodge everywhere. This is Phoebus lodging. Next. Guys, you see W.B. Yeats talking about No Second Troy, his very famous poem, No Second Troy. He wrote this poem to criticize the Irish uprising. Ireland, England always fight with each other, though they are in one country. Even today, the same conflict continues. When Irish uprising took place, W.B. Yeats wrote for England, supporting it. He told, Maud gone, the Irish Helen, Helen of Troy, Maud gone. Simple line. Maud gone is the leader of Irish uprising. She's a woman. So he says she is Helen. She may kill England. She may kill British. Dangerous, he says. The third, I want to show you a very beautiful thing. Next. The Night of the Scorpion by Nizam Ezekiel. Nizam Ezekiel, Indian poet. Why always foreign land? Come to India. What a beautiful poem. Do you know the story of Night of Scorpion? One night, Nizam Ezekiel says, when I was a small boy, my mother was stung by a scorpion. She was suffering like anything, screaming, shouting, all sort of things. The father, he says, he poured paraffin in that place and fired it. The neighbors and all came, they are talking to her, consoling her. And one of the neighbors will say, this is the myth he is using. When scorpion is moving, the pain will move in your body. The scorpion has escaped. That's a myth. It's a myth. It's a myth. And that the beauty is how Nizam Ezekiel is using scorpion to really express greatness of motherhood. Till the end of the poem, everybody will speak in the poem. 37 people will speak, man, not the mother. She'll be silently suffering. By the end of the day, the mother will say only one line, thank God, he spared my children. It has bitten me only. How wonderfully he ends. To really, make motherhood holy, he is using a myth. Give him a big hand for it, really. Using myth to express something else. Using myth to express something else. Next, please. We are entering another interesting area. The Vast Land by T.S. Eliot. T.S. Eliot, Vast Hand is let me tell you, shocking novel. You won't believe that novel first. Suddenly in one land, nobody gets baby. Everybody is only adult. No babies in that place. Everybody is impotent. They cannot get babies. Woman is impotent, man is impotent. In those days, we never had these preserve doctors. To go and have operation, IV treatment, this, that, nothing possible. The wasteland has come. Why the wasteland has come? The wasteland, there is a beautiful character. Tiresias is coming. Tiresias actually is from the Greek mythology. In Greek mythology, Oedipus' seer is Tiresias. To Oedipus, Zeus only will go, that man, Tiresias only will go and say to Oedipus, you are having problem, you love your mother too much. He will only explain him what the problem is. The same man comes in this novel to tell the fisher king, you have killed the entire fishes of the sea. The king will first destroy the entire fishes of the sea. And then you have made your all males impotent. How it has happened that Tiresias, that one character will come and tell the king, it's a no baby land. The very sentence no baby land comes from T.S. Eliot. Such a beautiful novel using myth to make you understand why you have to live with nature, why you have to adjust with nature, why you should love nature, why you should not destroy nature. Man is destroying at a very high speed. I am coming from Kadalur, a coastal town. You won't believe me. One ship which goes into the sea to bring fishes, it is bringing more than 5, 10 tons, 6 tons of things throwing onto the soil. Fish will be only 50%. All other 50% will be the other wonderful creatures from the sea. They will throw it away and go in the hot sun. We are destroying too much. Maybe, who knows, we may become a wasteland one day. Who knows? Next. Dr. Faustus. If there is any story written twice, it is Dr. Faustus. Look at the myth in Dr. Faustus. What a beautiful expression. First it was written by Christopher Marlowe. In Christopher Marlowe's story, Faustus is learning black magic. After learning black magic, he meets Lucifer. Lucifer is the representation of devil. And devil will give him one servant. 24 years, he will write one opandam. He will write one opandam with the devil. He can do anything. Everything is magic. He can do anything, enjoy anything. All his devilish things he can do. Nobody can touch him. Nobody can. But the 24th year when it is over, Lucifer will say, I will come and take you to hell. That's all. Now he will be spending 24 years, 7 deadly sins he will be doing. 24th year comes. Dr. Faustus, at night, that night, what happens to him is the play, the final end. Terrible it will be. He'll be taken to hell, tearing his body into pieces with blood. Such a punishment is given. Same myth, next please. Again it is written, but this time it is written in 1831 by the great man Goethe. Goethe, when he writes fast, in this same happens, 24 years, everything fine, but Faustus will go to heaven, not to hell. What a change. From 1520s to 1830s, why it has changed? Because there is one thing added in this new novel, in this new story. What is added in this story? A new myth. Last year, 22 years, Faustus will do all mistakes. 23rd year, suddenly he will realize, no, this is not the way of living. I am sorry, I have done wrongs. 2 years, he will do service to people. Free medication. He will go to places, save hundreds and hundreds of animals. He will go to one place, saving a small baby from dying. So many things he will do last 2 years. When Lucifer is coming on the 24th year, he uses his magic, to cure people, to make it all right, to make fun, superb things, to save nature, everything. So on the night of Lucifer, the good Lord also comes. Both argue what to do. 2 years of doing good things. No, we will not permit you to take him to hell. Sorry, he has done so many great things. Lord will say. Look at this. Same myth utilized in 2 novels, literature. One literature says when you do sin, what will happen to you? You'll be teared into pieces. Painfully you have to go to hell. Second novel says when you do good to the people, even if you have done sins, you'll be saved. Myth is utilized properly. I hope you understand. Next. When you go to the next thing, I'm going to Tagore's play, Chitrangada. Manipur's king, Chitravahana's daughter, is Chitrangada. The whole play Tagore has written is in the title of Chitrangada. It's a myth character. It has been taken from Mahabharata. And she is Arjuna's wife. In the whole of Kurukshetra war, only one woman took place. Only one woman participated in Kurukshetra war. That is Chitrangada. Chitrangada will go in male dress. Great warrior she is there. How she is taking on all men in Kurukshetra to win for Arjuna's side is superbly planted in this drama. Womanhood is explained. Woman can do anything is explained. That is why Tagore is great. Next. We are entering R.K. Narayan, Bachelor of Arts, simple novel. But in Bachelor of Arts, he says, Narayana himself, it is the life of one man of 4 stages in the myth. Sisya, Grahastha after marriage, Vanaprastha Praksha, and also Bhikshu. All four that one fellow will become. Chandru will become. Next, please. When you talk about latest novels, I start from Ashwin Sanghi. Ashwin Sanghi's Keepers of Kalakshetra. There, the Kala Chakra is being captured by somebody. From a museum, it is lost. How the Kala Chakra's myth is still living around us. We are part of Kala Chakra. Morning we have to get so early. Run whole day. Come to college, do this, do that, run back, run again. Again go to sleep. Even at the sleep, our cell phone won't allow us to sleep. Our mobile phones are activating upon us. And Kala Chakra is nothing but our mobile phone. That's what Ashwin Sanghi says by the end of this novel. Next. It also paints a physics, the great Indian novel by Shashi Tharoor. Again. Shashi Tharoor's novel, Apadiye Mahabharata into the Indian independence movement. There, Dhritarashtra is Nehru, who is Gandhi, who is Jinnah, who is Subhash Chandra Bose. Apadiye Ulta. Such a wonderfully that Shashi Tharoor has written this superb novel of more than 600 pages. Such a very good work. Next. When we go to Shiva Trilogy, nowadays it is very famous, Amish Tripathi. Amish Tripathi's novels are all mythology novels. You can go for Meloha. It is Meloha. Don't read as a Meluha. We only know what Meloham is. It is Meloha. It is Meloha. I have interviewed this man. I have interviewed this man. He studied in Chennai only. And now even though he is living in Maharashtra, he studied in Chennai. You know about, he says it is Meloham. It is Meloham. Then about Nagas, then about Vayuputras. It's all mythology, but to write one line only it comes about Vayuputras in Ramayana. This man is expanding it for 400 pages. It's a very big thing. Next. When we talk about woman novels, Sita's sister, it is talking about Ayodhya, 14 years, Lakshman goes. Lakshman wife is Urmila and Urmila story. Next. Now comes Salman Rushdie, The Victory City, the latest novel by Salman Rushdie. I will tell you one thing about this. Salman Rushdie was attacked 2022, New York, and one eye was plugged. Already he is living in exile. That night he writes the final chapter of this novel. Pampa Kalpana is the heroine. 247 years she lives. And that Pampa Kalpana novel, the last chapter is dangerous. Krishnadevaraya will ask people to plug her eyes. She will live the left of the life only blind. That night he writes it. It's completely full of myth. Next. Subramanya Bharati, using Panjali. What a great thing. Panjali Sabadam. I translated Panjali Sabadam into English. It happened in the year 1982 when I was doing my college. And I presented it in the International Poets Symposium. The last paragraph, last but one paragraph, Panjali Sabadam, Panjali says, Om Devi Parasakti Anayuraiten, Pavi Turyodanan Sennir Par Tuchadanan Akkai Rattam, மேவி இரண்டும் கலந்து குழல் மேனியில் பூசி நறுனை குளித்தே சீவி முடிப்பேன் யான் அதை செய்யும் முன் முடியேன் என்றுரைத்தாள். அவுத்து விட்டாங்க the whole hair. She says he will tie it only after these two fellows die. அதோட பாரதி is not stopping. The final lines are important. Bharati says, ஓம் ஓம் என்றனர் தேவர், ஆம் ஆம் என்றது வானம், மண் மண் என்று வீசியது காற்று, புழுதியில் கலந்து அழிந்தனர் எதிரிகள், ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். Such a wonderful he is using Panchali myth to create patriotism in us. Akramiparalai edirthu, how he is shouting at in the poem. You can hear Bharati's voice in it. Next, please. And this is another beautiful thing. Woman who climbed trees. Smita Ravindra, latest novel. One girl, Meena, lives in Coimbatore. It's having a connection with Coimbatore also. This Meena is married and goes to Nepal. She has to learn the myth of Nepal. In Tamil Nadu, climbing trees is not for women. But in Nepal, women have to climb trees. In their myth, it is there. So, two myths. Now, Meena's daughter will get married with a man, goes to Africa. African myth is added. And then, granddaughter goes to space. Another myth is added. So, this is a myth, beautifully interconnected novel, which is actually the woman who claimed this. Next, please. Next. We are coming to another important area, using myth. Out of all the Birbal Akbar stories, this one story I love the most. I want to say it. Just a few minutes it will take. Akbar had one brother. His name is Ali Salim. Ali Salim wanted to become the chief minister in the place of this great man Birbal. So he will go to Akbar and say, I am your brother, make me chief minister. Akbar will call Birbal and this fellow, okay, let me test. You both of you go to the next kingdom, give to the king this letter I am giving. That king will be Maratha king, Bhangra or Morat king. He will go there, you just give that letter. The king will look, both of them. Do you know what is written? Both will be looking at, we don't know. Your king has asked me to hang both of you on the new moon day. Go and be there. New moon day is tomorrow night. Okay? Be inside the gallows. Put them inside, he will say. When going out, that man Salim will tell him, sir, what is this? Birbal will say, wait, I know something like this will happen. You do what I say, okay? He will teach him what to do. Next day night when they go and call them, both of them will be fighting. Birbal and Salim. Why are you fighting? No, sir. Hang me first. Please, sir. Please hang me first. I want to die first. Birbal will say, hey, I only gave you the letter. Hang me first. Salim will say, both will be fighting. Utter confusion. They will be taken to the king. What is the problem? King will ask, okay, I will tell you the truth. Birbal will say, whoever is going to die hanged today in your kingdom will become the next king of this place. That is why our king has sent this. Please hang me first. No. Please hang me first. The other fellow will fight. Both of them will be released immediately because the king wanted no disturbance. I don't want anybody coming from other land ruling my place. It can't happen. Please get out. Both of them will go to Akbar. Akbar will look at them. Oh, you are back. Oh, you have not expected us? Birbal will ask. No problem. Okay, Salim, what do you want? No, let Birbal continue, sir, please. This story uses the myth of rebirth. Whoever is going to be killed, in the next birth, he will become the king. So that rebirth is utilized. Next. The Lord of the Rings. Can we create myth? Mythopia is the act of creating history. The very word mythopia is invented by Tolkien. That novel has that word. There is one character in that novel. Galadriel is the name of the character. You can go to that character. He is a myth seller. He will sell myth. He will create myth and sell it. If you want, you can go and tell him your family history. He will create a myth for your family. Such a character itself he has created. Very rare and wonderful, wonderful novel. The Lord of the Rings. Next, please. Can we destroy myth? Look at the picture. That is actually the phoenix bird. Phoenix bird imagined by humans. You know about phoenix. If it is going to be put even in fire, it can come out with a rebirth. That is called phoenix. So, here in Harry Potter, that myth is killed. How? Actually, the myth was started in the 1st century by Tacitus. He only wrote, Phoenix he saw, and it lives in Egypt, and then it became a part of the Bible. Then slowly the myth is spreading, and now Harry Potter comes. Dumbledore, the headmaster in the novel, is keeping Phoenix bird as a pet. Very rare things happen in Harry Potter, you know that. Many, many rare things. So he'll be having a pet phoenix. When he dies, Phoenix will commit suicide. When you are going to be killed, you can reborn. That is the myth of Phoenix. When you are getting suicide, what will happen? Can you come rebirth? Anything? That actually is here. Wonderful destroying a myth. Hereafter, this myth cannot be used because Phoenix have committed suicide. In English literature, if you look at the continuity, they use it, a myth is used as a continuous process only. Once it is killed, this will never be used again. That is English literature. Next. Myths underlying in our culture and underlying in our common sense have not taught us to feel identical with the universe. That only literature can do. Myth will stay as religion. Religion will be part of our culture. To make that one with the universe, literature is needed. You cannot avoid the part of literature to make a myth stay. Next. Levi-Strauss. Before we go to Levi-Strauss, I want to show you myth versus science. But all myths we cannot accept. We cannot accept all the myth. There are so many things. Sati, a very dangerous myth, was destroyed by Raja Ram Mohan Rai. And you can see Devdasi system, another highly dangerous, typical myth, was destroyed by Dr. Muthulakshmi Reddy, the first doctor of Tamil Nadu, woman doctor of India. Third is caste oppression, completely opposed by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. You can talk about woman oppression, how Bharati is raising his voice against it. And at last, superstitions. Dr. Meghnad Saha, the great scientist of India, was dead against superstitions. And even today, the society is following certain superstitions, calling it myth. It is very dangerous. We have to oppose. We cannot accept all the myth. Next, please. Now we are going to Levi-Strauss. I don't think that men speak about myth when needed, but the myth living in men, it makes man speak. It is living in you. You cannot avoid myth. When you read anything, the connectivity comes along with the myth you know already. Next. So this beautiful topic, Confluence of Tales, Myths and Culture in Literature, connects past, present and future. So I really congratulate this seminar for making me think about all these things. I have introduced about 20 novels today to you. 20 stories I have told you. 20 very important myths we have broken. We have created a myth, we have destroyed a myth, we have done so many magics. Next. Thank you, myth. Next. Thank you, PSG.
Thank you, sir, for tracing the history of myths, the mutual influence of myth and culture on each other, and how they are infused together in literature. By exploring the nuances of myths from across the world, from Greece, Rome, Mesopotamia to India, you've painted a vivid picture of the creation, purpose, and function of myths. We are immensely grateful to you for showing the multiple facets of myths, right from the Epic of Gilgamesh to Dr. Faustus and the contemporary novels of Amish Tripathi and Shashi Tharoor. We are now moving on to the question-answer session. The participants may now ask their questions.
Sir, how is writing as a job to support yourself, and how is the business?
That's a very nice question. Give a big clap for her because, see, asking the first question in an auditorium like this, you need a lot of guts. I think you will do good business. Don't worry. Writing is actually, as for now, writing is a kind of a career which you can take. In the present scenario, it is very promising. There are publishers, there are middlemen called agents who can consider your writing and they can make you anything you want. Take for example, the Harry Potter writer. She was nothing, only a middle class wife. She started writing. Agent took her to one publisher. The publishers sat together, discussed that novel. Then they asked Rowling to make some changes. She agreed, did it, big hit. Today, Rowling actually is richer than Queen Elizabeth. So, writing in English, very good for earning, learning, everything. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, good morning.
Morning.
What made you or inspired you to write books and novels?
To write, you need not, even if nothing is inspiring, I write that nothing inspires. So writing is there. Inspiration comes and goes. Okay, all my works I have done so far, they are keeping in mind three types of things are there to follow. One is to keep the audience in your mind. When you are talking to your home people, it is different. During the young age, it was very difficult. It was very, very easy for me. I was only a storyteller. Okay, I tell a lot of stories. Even now, you would have seen.
Yes.
Many of the novels which I explained, I have added some gapsas also. Nobody noticed. That is different thing. That is how the storyteller will do things. But one thing, to say a story to 10 people, you can start with. 10, 15 people, say a lot of gapsas, do a lot of things like that. Make all of them listen to you, keep them as audience, then start writing. When you write, you think all those 10 people, they are all reading, write. Enough. It will work.
Thank you, sir.
Please, madam.
How do you balance the work as being the principal of institution and writing, and when you're stuck for words, because I know to write a page, it takes almost 1 month for me as it's very difficult to write. So how do you go, sir?
I understand this question basically. It is demanding to explain my secrets. Other side there are Gauravas. Dronacharya is standing in the middle and their education is over. Dronacharya was the teacher. Dronacharya gave, when the year is over, when the course is over, there should be a test, So Dronacharya also gave a test. He gave one silver coin, only one silver coin for all five Pandavas together. Only one silver coin, all 100 Gauravas together. Home. One day I will come, buy anything, fill your entire home. It should be filled, he said and sent them. 6 days gone, nothing happened. Told you, all these novels are doing, all these writings are doing. But according to your point of view, you can retell it. But see, one thing is important. As I have told by the end, not all myths can be supported. Myths have come to this society to bring us certain nonsense things also. We have to oppose. With myth, which myth you are going to use is, I think, is very, very important to decide whether you are going to retell a myth or not. Right? Thank you. Yes.
Hello. Yeah. So, good morning. I have a question. What is the scope of mythology in the world? Like when we see the world literature, what is the scope of it in the present time? Whatever has been written is written, but what is it now? Do we have any scope of
See, when you
mythology?
think about an hypothesis in the point of view of mythology, question itself is a wonderful hypothesis and not fixing into. Ravana is reported to have come in Vana Vahana to take Sita. It's simple. On the way, there is a fight with one Kalugu. He is otherwise called something else. That we don't bother. What is the use of this myth in today's scenario? Take the example of Sita's sister, that novel. Such a beautiful novel. You read it, you will understand how myth can be used to explain feminism. Urmila is alone for 14 years and they all praise Sita only. What is this nonsense? She is asking. Urmila is alone thinking only about Lakshmana. Once it happens, she speaks absolute science. When Bharata is outside, only the kingdom is ruled by Rama's chappals. Urmila is the one who is leading the palace with a lot of things, doing great many things to the people. 14 years it has been the rule of Urmila, that author says, not even Bharata. So myth can be used for any modern purpose. It's not an issue. But its a proper use is very important. Sita's daughter is a great example for it. Anything else? Yes, sir?
Sir, good morning. How far do you think myth plays an important role in modern times?
Modern science you are talking
Modern
about.
times.
Many myths have been made into scientific equipments. The mobile phone that you are now carrying was myth in those days. It appeared in a story. Okay, I still remember how Captain Wag was carrying one small cigarette pocket-like thing along with him always in the series written in 1962. 1962. Now it has come into our pocket. So everything in the story, it's imaginable, whatever it is. They all one day is being made into a nice science and technology thing. So that is one way. Second thing, in our everyday life, I don't think much of the myth we can use with the modern scenario. So many things are changing. People have completely transformed the marriage hall scenarios. Same marriage just that were taking place for our father and mother, they don't take place now. Now it has become parties. Now they have changed. We are having music. We are having a lot of dance going on the stage. Even the bridegroom and bride, they both are dancing. In those days, it's not possible. Myths are changing. For the modern society, what we need is moral myth, a moral police, and also some control
over our emotions and other things. For these things, if at all any myth is useful, nothing wrong to teach a child, this is there from the tradition, be careful. But you cannot leave the child openly. Go to any dog, get bitten. Cannot be the case. You should teach the child myth about dogs. Be careful. They are cunning. They came from fox. All these stories from Panchatantra, everything, they are to help us to live better. That is very important. Next, please.
Good morning, sir. Sir, you have stated that your day starts by 4 o'clock and you read. It is a very good habit. I want to know how many pages you read per day, or how many hours you read per day, what made you to read, and how you developed the sense of reading habit in you.
Sir, this cannot be openly explained, but there is, see, if at all you are in the 5 o'clock club, that will be good. I am in the 4 o'clock club, leave me alone. 5 o'clock club, there is a beautiful sentence I read recently for the students. 3 மணிக்கு எழுபவன் முனிவன், 4 மணிக்கு எழுபவன் ஞானி, 5 மணிக்காவது எழுபவன் மனிதன், 6 மணியாகியும் தூங்குபவன் எருமை. Such a nice consequence, the sequence has been given. Reading is not just number of pages. Reading is not with what? Reading is a kind of thing that you can do like breathing, eating. It should be so natural and normal. But you cannot start with that. Let me give you a few tips of how to improve your reading. First, start reading magazines, especially English. I started reading, for example, Reader's Digest, one magazine that comes even today. I started reading it when I was in 7th standard. Some 8th standard, 9th standard level, I was introduced, other magazines like Chandamama and other things. So reading, you can start with magazines. Even newspapers like Hindu newspaper, Indian Express, something. But you read. That's very important. Then go for smaller novels. Start. I won't dictate you to complete the novel. You start reading first. 3 pages, 4 pages per day. Forget it even. Your exams have come. Forget it. Then again take another 4, 5 pages. But don't stop reading. Please stop reading the WhatsApp messages. They won't help you. Just by reading a WhatsApp, sometimes we don't even read them. Forward, forward, forward. Stop. We don't even read them. It is very difficult to give up your mobile phone. I know. In my mobile phone, I am having about 150 books. But no use. I cannot read there. I can only browse. But reading should happen with a real book. Or if you have an iPad, and if you are really accustomed with reading from Kindle, etc., I am not against it. But I know people who read like Pisasu. I am nothing. There are people who read like anything. Last week I received a letter from a person from Dindikkal, a teacher, about all my 159 books. I won't read them again, let me tell you. She has read them. I am quite happy about it. I am very happy that somebody has read all my books. But there are such people. So you can also do. Start from magazines. Slowly improve your number of pages. Then you go for bigger books. Then you cannot stop reading. That's the beauty of reading, actually. You will go on with it. Even when you are reading a work that has been given to you as a syllabi, read it with the fun first. Fun reading is very, very important. You cannot just like that. See, I just translated Bharati, but spontaneously it came to me today. Very easily I was able to retell Bharati. It's all because of your again and again doing it, thinking it. By the end of the day, think whatever you have read. Then go to sleep. Simple. But reading will keep you with many things. Number one, you will avoid TV, you will avoid cell phone, you will avoid so many things. Reading will keep you as a person concentrating on something and improve your concentration. What I advise is, instead of going for separate, training centers, getting courses, putting children into that, how to become IAS, this and that, give them books. Make them readers. Best leaders you can get, best people you can get, great personalities you can get, you can create a wonderful society. I think it's over. Thank you very much. PSG College, congratulations for this great morning. Thank you.
So there are a few questions from participants online, sir. We would be delighted if you could answer them for us.
Very eager to speak to you and ask questions.
So I have to take the online questions.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Abhirami Shibu asks, where does the authenticity of myth lie in the contemporary retellings of myth?
Contemporary religion.
Retellings of myth. Retellings of myth, sir. Where does the authenticity of myth lie in the contemporary retellings of myth?
See, I don't think there is any proper way to answer this query. Because it is not the myth that is expanded into a novel. A writer is utilizing the myth, retelling it to safeguard a character or to capture an event or really to change the situation of the particular thing. So myth is utilized. I don't say myth is retold. Next question, please.
So the next question is, the modern generation is turned away from literature. Is there any way to turn them back towards literature again to understand life?
Modern life is?
Modern generation is turned away from literature.
Fine. I understand. I don't see people criticize the modern generation, especially the youngsters. They are not reading, they are not doing this, they are not doing that. I don't accept it. The youth of this country, compared with all other countries, they are very great. They are sincere. They are the people who are going to make my country proud. The younger generation in the schools, you are underestimating them. I have met lakhs and lakhs of children across the country. My hobby is writing for children. My passion is meeting children and getting stories from them. You cannot imagine how much number of stories they are able to say. That much number of stories they are able to say. They love this nation. They say plenty of stories. Of course, you can see what our education is doing with them. That is what we have to criticize. Our education is not giving any space to think. Our education is concentrating only on question and answers. Our education is not giving any possibility for the child to think and write itself. For example, we are asking the child, when India got independent, immediately the child has to write 1947. 1947, 13 lakh children are writing SSLC exam. You are expecting 1947 as answer from all 13 lakh children. It's violence. It's violence. The fellow who came first in the NEET exam, 720, the boy is telling, I mug up the 24,000 question answers. Do you think the youth is actually a mugging up machine? Nonsense. Instead, you should ask, India got independence in 1947. Can you feel it today? Ask this question, open-ended question. Guys, when you ask this open-ended question, what will happen? You will get 13 lakh answers. All different answers. Transform education into that, and then you start blaming the youngsters. Thank you. Next. Anything else? Over?
No, sir. That's the end of the question answer session, sir. Thank you for answering the question, sir. To express our heartfelt appreciation for the knowledge and wisdom that Sir has shared with us today, we invite Dr. R. Sudha, Assistant Professor, Department of English, SF, to propose the vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm good morning to everyone present here. I deem it a great honor to propose the vote of thanks for the morning session. On behalf of the Department of English, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for gracing the occasion with your presence today. We are immensely happy and grateful to our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Era Natarasan, who with his encyclopedic insights has no doubt enticed all our attention towards his speech. Thank you very much for the inputs that you have sprinkled on tales, myths, and culture in literature, sir. The session has been entirely interesting, resourceful, and enthralling throughout, and has left a lasting impact on all of us, sir. Very many thanks to our dearest Principal Dr. D. Brinda, beloved Secretary Dr. T. Kannayan, respected Vice Principal Dr. Anguraj, who with their incessant support have made our dreamed seminar come true today. My special thanks and appreciation go to the vibrant faculty members of our department and other departments and students who with their meticulous efforts have made this program a prominent one. Last but not least, I place my sincere thanks to all the attendees and participants from in and around Coimbatore for being a part of this event. Your enthusiasm and active participation have made it a truly engaging and cherishable experience. Once again, thank you all for your incredible support, and we look forward to seeing you at the post-lunch session with the same spirit. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. The seminar schedule
Then the venue is auditorium, that is here. If the chairperson is Bharati ma'am, then it is room number 209 in Q block. Dr. John Suganya ma'am, Vaigai Hall. Dr. Chamundeshwari ma'am, Q206. Dr. Nancy, 212 Q block. Participants, please move to the concerned hall. The paper presenters, participants can remain in the auditorium. Paper presenters, please move to the concerned hall.
This is
I'm tryna put you in the worst mood. P1 cleaner than your church shoes. Really point two just to hurt you. All red lamb just to tease you. None of these toys on lease to. Made your whole year in a week too. Yeah, main out of your league too. Side out of your league too. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks a table come from ebony. Cut that ever into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, man. I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see a shade. Switch on my side, like to any lane. Switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a star boy. Look what you done. I'm a star boy. Every day and try to test me, yeah. Every day and try to end me, yeah. Pull off in that roadster SV, yeah. Pockets overweight, getting hefty, yeah. Coming for the king, that's a far cry. I come alive in the fall time, man. The competition, I don't really listen. I'm in the blue moon song, but a new edition. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks a table come from ebony. Cut that ever into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, man. I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see a shade. Switch.
Supposed to present for Dr. Sudha, please be here in GRD Auditorium. Dr. Brinda will be chairing the session. Thank you. The paper presenters who were supposed to go to room number 212 are now required to go to room number 210 in the Q block. I repeat, students who were supposed to go to room number 212 in the Q block are now required to go to 210 in the Q block. Thank you. Paper presenters, those who have registered online, but those who didn't find their names in the document circulated yesterday, please move to the communication lab in the A block. I repeat, paper presenters who had registered online but didn't find their names on the document circulated yesterday, please move to the communication lab in the A block. Thank you.
Dormendine tu mai iubirana. Acum totul ai spulberat, de lângă mine ai plecat. De ce ai plecat și m-ai lăsat? Afară e frig și totul s-a sfârșit de când m-ai părăsit. Iar afară e frig și totul s-a sfârșit de când m-ai părăsit. Să mă înțelegi și ți-a fost mai ușor să pleci. De ce?
For presentation, the timing is, they should not exceed 5 minutes. The maximum timing should be 5 minutes for paper presentation, and which will be followed by a Q&A session. Okay. Okay, for the first presentation, I would like to welcome Anuja M. from PSGR Krishnamal College of Women.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ma'am. The secret of getting ahead is the secret of getting started. The topic I have chosen for this paper presentation is Harry Potter as a modern myth, the hero's journey at Hogwarts. Next slide. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. It is written by J.K. Rowling and she is a British author. Her full name refers to John Kathleen Rowling and the Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, it's the debut novel of John Kathleen Rowling. It is published by Bloomsbury Publications in 1997 and J.K. Rowling did her education in the Exeter University and the knowledge which she gained in that university helped her in creating the spells in Harry Potter which were mostly Latin. She also worked as a foreign language teacher of English and a teacher in local schools. The Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, the first series of the book, is published in United States with the name Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Next slide, please. So what is a myth? A myth is a story from the past times, passed on by words. It is about gods or heroes, and myths may or may not have existed. It is just words which are passed on by mouth from people specifically to convey something, and it is to justify religious beliefs or social customs. Myths can be easily destroyed or changed over time. And there are three types of myths which include etiological myths, psychological myths and historical myths. Next slide, please. So the myths in Harry Potter include the Philosopher's Stone itself, because the Philosopher's Stone is something which is told to be found in the history created by Nicholas Flamel. He is also a reference from history because he is a person who has lived in the 14th century in Paris. And in the book, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, the Philosopher's Stone, the one who possesses the stone will acquire mortality. They won't die. They'll become immortal. And Fluffy, the three-headed dog in Philosopher's Stone, also has a Greek reference related to the Greek mythology named Cerberus. That is also a three-headed dog which guards the underworld. In the same way, Fluffy guards the trapdoor, which is where Philosopher's Stone is present. And Professor McGonagall, the professor of Transfiguration, her first name, Minerva McGonagall, is also a Greek connection named Minerva, and she is in Greek she is the goddess of wisdom and craft. Pomona Sprout, she is the professor of herbology in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, and in Roman mythology she is the goddess of trees and fruits relating to herbology. Caretaker Argus Filch, like how in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, he takes care of the children whoever makes trouble. In a Greek mythology, Argus Filch has a pair of 100 eyes to spy Zeus, and he is appointed by Hera. Prophecies in ancient Greek cultures are very much believed, which can be related to the prophecy of Harry Potter killing Voldemort. Unicorns, centaurs, goblins and house elves are present in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Centaurs are told to have a history in the 14th century, and unicorns' blood keep people alive, and that is what is happening in the Philosopher's Stone. Next slide. So I have applied Joseph Campbell's monomyth theory to Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Joseph Campbell introduced this theory, monomyth theory, in his work, The Hero with 1,000 Faces, and he employs 17 stages, which is then reduced to 12 stages by Christopher Vogler. The first one of hero's journey is the ordinary world, where Harry Potter lives an ordinary life with his uncle and aunt. And the second one involves the call of adventure, where the owls bring letters to Harry Potter in order to go to Hogwarts. The third one, refusal of the call. Harry Potter himself doesn't refuse the call, but the uncle and the aunt refuse the call. And meeting the mentor. Mentor for Harry is Hagrid and Dumbledore. Harry meets Hagrid first and then Dumbledore, who guides him throughout the book. Crossing the threshold. Threshold here refers to the 3/4 platform on the Diagon Alley where he buys wands, uniforms and magic books. Tests, allies and enemies. The tests include the Quidditch match. Allies include who are supportive to him, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. Enemies include Dragon Malfoy. The approach here in Harry Potter is the approach when he goes past Fluffy inside the trapdoor. And the ordeal. Ordeal is where Harry Potter is made to decide his own decisions. In Hogwarts, he was supported and he was took out from all the troubles by Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore, but inside the trapdoor, he was left alone to make the decisions and choices. The reward is that when Harry Potter finds the stone in the mirror of the erased, is within himself, and he has saved the stone from falling into the wrong hands. The road back is when Harry Potter, Ron and Hermione returns back to the infirmary, and resurrection is where Harry Potter is welcomed with candies, congratulatory notes for vanishing Voldemort for that period of time. And return with the elixir refers to Harry Potter leaving the wizarding world. Like the end of the Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone refers to Harry and other students leaving Hogwarts and going to their own life. And also in Harry Potter, Arthurian legend can be connected. Like King Arthur, Harry is also orphaned at the early age, and like the one who mentors King Arthur will be Merlin, and in the same way, Harry is mentored by Hagrid and Albus Dumbledore. In the same way, Harry Potter ends up with Ginny in the last book. In the Arthurian legend, King Arthur gets married to Queen Guinevere. Ginny and Queen Guinevere has the same name origin. Thank you.
Presenters, please make sure that your presentation doesn't exceed 5 minutes, okay? The next person, Shafina M, PSG Krishnamal College of Women.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shafina M, PSG Krishnamal College for Women. So my paper deals with the significance of ancestral connections in Temsula Au's selected poems. So getting started, what is mythology? So mythology is a collection of tales, stories, or legends that tells about the origin of our ancestors. Next slide. So these stories are deeply rooted in specific culture that features god, goddesses, supernatural beings and heroes. And these, speaking about myth, we cannot consider them as mere stories from the past, but they tell us how our ancestors dealt with their life. So the myth deals with the cultural values, beliefs, teachings, thus forming the intrinsic part of history. So the major role of myth is to preserve oral tradition, understand certain rituals and tradition, why certain things are followed in a certain way. So next slide. So the poet that I've chosen is Temsula Au. So Temsula Au is an Indian poet. She's a fiction writer and ethnographer. She's considered one of the earliest writers, earliest English language writer from her region, which is Northeast. So some of her famous awards include Padma Shri Award and Sahitya Akademi Award. So her major works include These Hills Call Home, Laburnum for My Head, and The Tombstone in My Garden. Her works are translated into several world and Indian languages, which includes German, French, Assami, Bengali, and Hindi. Next slide. So the poem that I have chosen is The Stone People from Langtarok and the poem The Soul Bird. So coming to the poem The Stone People from Langtarok, so this particular poem is related with the myth of the Ouse. So Langtarok in the Naga language means 6 stones. So according to the beliefs of the myth of the Ow, they believe that their forefathers emerged from a place called Langtarok. So they had a profound connection with the nature. The poet tells that these ancestors were both balladic, uses oxymoron to explain. She tells us that the ancestors were balladic and barbaric. They are savage and sage. They are the finders of fire and fighters with water. That's also she also tells about how these people bought the head of their enemies from the war to indicate their brevity, their powerfulness, their strength, the enormous strength that they possessed. So the close connection with nature is told from this poem. So next one is The Soul Bird. So this poem deals with the common belief of the Ow religion, which tells us that after the death of a particular person, the soul takes the form of a bird, which is hawk. So the poem begins with a chanting prayer, which makes us realize that it is a probable burial ground. The person here is the grandmother of Temsula Ow. So she draws her close, she witnesses a hawk that is flying in circular motions, making unearthly noises. So she draws Temsula Ow close and tells her that, see that keening bird in the sky, that's the soul of your mother. So from this we understand that how people are connected with, they maintain a close affinity with the nature as a whole. Next slide. So the theory that I've applied for my study is Cheryl Godfrey's eco-criticism. He tells that eco-criticism is a relationship between literature and the physical environment. He tells us eco-criticism is the exploration of the environmental imagination, focusing on how culture and literature shape our perceptions of nature and environment. So this paper aims to explore human relationship with nature. As we can see that the ancestors mention many things about the fire, birds, animals, ants. They itself are born from the womb of the earth. So there's a close affinity with the nature in the above poems, and nature and its element remain inseparable from all these poems. Thank you.
Thank you, Shafina. Next, I would like to welcome Padma Vikashni, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women.
A very good morning, good afternoon to one and all present here. The title of my paper is a comparative study of select stories from Ovid's Metamorphoses. Metamorphoses is a poem that suits the criteria of an epic. It is considerably long for a poem and it is written in 15 books. For my comparative study, I have chosen the stories of Daedalus and Icarus and Phaeton and Phoebus from book 8 and book 2 respectively. Could you please go down? So, going on to the story of Daedalus and Icarus from book 8. Daedalus and Icarus are exiled in the faraway island of Crete by King Minos, and Daedalus, being the desperate person that he is, longs to flee from that place, and being the architect and creative genius that he is, builds wings from wax and twine. He is so desperate, but his young son Icarus, however, is just a young boy and he does not want to flee and all. However, he succeeds in making the wings and makes his son wear it, and he kisses his son with trembling hands, for he knows the flight is going to be very dangerous and they both might die trying. But he wants to flee, so they take flight and Icarus follows. However, before taking flight, he wants his son to not flee so high or so low. If he goes so high, the sun will melt the wings. If he goes so low, the sea will drown him. And they take flight, and the young boy gets very excited and he soars high. The sun's heat melts the wings and he falls in the sea and he drowns. That's how he meets his tragic end. Moving on to the story of Phaeton and Phoebus. Phaeton is the son of Phoebus, the sun god, and Phoebus says he is his father. However, he wants proof of his parentage, so he asks him to grant any wish that he would like to ask. However, Phoebus regrets agreeing to his wish because he wants to ride the chariot. It is a well-known fact that nobody can ride the chariot of the sun god. Being the adamant boy that he is, he succeeds in persuading his father, and unwillingly and very reluctantly he takes his son to the chariot. And before starting the drive or ride, the sun god advises his son or wants his son to maintain a middle course throughout his flight, for he cannot fly too high or too low. If he flies too low, he will scorch the earth. After taking flight, Phaeton loses control of the horses and he lets go of the chariot, and the horse go wild, and he goes too low, scorching the earth, and earth pleads. So Jupiter had to intervene, and he strikes Phaeton with a powerful thunderbolt, and he meets a tragic end. So the similarities in these stories are both the sons suffer a tragic fate because of their flaw. The flaw is quite similar. They fail to adhere to the words of their fathers. They get excited, or curiosity gets the best of them, and that is how they die. And the fathers are agonized. The fathers, after losing their beloved sons, are overcome by grief, and they suffer because of the loss of a dear one. And disobedience could also be considered as one of the elements that led to their downfall, because they, being the children that they are, should have listened to the words of their fathers. They failed to do it, so they died. And William Warden's task-based theory can be applied to analyze my paper. For Daedalus and Icarus' story, it can be applied. William Warden is an internationally renowned psychotherapist and author, and he's a professor of psychology at Harvard Medical School. So he suggests 4 tasks of bereavement. The first being accepting the reality. The second is processing and acknowledging the loss. Third is adjusting to the life without your loved one. And fourth is re-embarking. Daedalus, after the death of his son, re-embarks with his life, and he finds a way to maintain a connection with his beloved son. However, he moves forward and goes on with his life. Initially, accepting the reality of losing your loved one can be very terrible because you're in shock and in denial. However, processing it and acknowledging it and reinvesting can help you heal. Thank you.
Thank you, Padma Vikashni. Next, I would like to welcome Sudiksha R. and Shalini B. from PSG Krishnamal College for Women.
Good afternoon, gatherings. I'm Shalini and Sudiksha here. So here we are here to present our paper on the topic Confluence of Tale, Myth and Culture in Literature. We have chosen the theme Myth and Cult in World Literature. Our paper is titled Myth, a depiction of culture and depiction of culture. We have chosen the poetry, Milton's Paradise Lost and Hesiod's Pandora's Box. These two are various myths from various culture. Yes. Considering culture as the layers of the onion, and the myth will be the core. So what our aspect in the study is, myth is actually the core that shapes the culture and society, the way we live. Everything is around myth, and myth is an indispensable part of our life. So yes. So we all know, we are familiar with the story of Paradise Lost. Eve, due to her curiosity, out of curiosity, she misleads the word. She actually misleads the word of the God, and she misleads the God of the word of God, and she falls for the serpent's words, and she ate the fruit of the knowledge tree. Due to that, they faced a lot of consequences in the later part. The same is applied for the Greek myth, Pandora's box, where Pandora is considered as the first woman created by God Zeus, the Greek god. She was gifted a box. God has warned her not to open the box, but like Eve, she too opened the box out of curiosity, and both of them are related together. We just compare two characters, Eve and Pandora. Due to their curiosity, they face the consequences. So we had applied the theory new historicism to the two of the works. New historicism. Yes, ma'am. So, new historicism is a theory that could actually examine about the literary works. How the society and culture are actually formed, and what are the way of living of people. So this is what the new historicism theory deals with, and we had applied this to our work Paradise Lost and Pandora's Box. Here I would like to conclude that human life and the world are actually related to the myth.
So the conclusion is, myth are the rich part of the human culture, and the myth retold for centuries, which continue to be relevant today. And myth provide us with insights into the human condition. They help us to understand the world around us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudiksha and Shalini. Next, I would like to welcome Rebecca Elsa Jess from PSG Krishnamal College for Women.
A very good morning to one and all, good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Rebecca Elsages of Second MA English Literature at PSG Krishnamal College for Women, and my paper is titled From Folk to Fiction, Juxtaposing the Folktale East of the Sun, West of the Moon with East by Edith Patu. So my work is based on Norwegian folklore and folktales with its retelling in the form of the novel East. So the history, I would like to talk about how retelling is a genre that has become famous in the recent times, but it has begun a long time back, and it started with the folktales, the words which are passed down by word of mouth, that was put into works which had the printed form, and the history for Norwegian folklore can be seen in the work called Norsk Folk Eventyr by Asbjørn Jensen and Morten Moe. And they based their folktale. So even before that was the work of the Grimm's brother, which was in the German, and it was the work named Hansel and Gretel. I'm sure all of you all would know about that folktale. And so they based that folktale on how that work was written, which was based on the Baltic folklore. So that's the history of Norwegian folklore. So going into the work. So the work is East of the Sun and West of the Moon, which is a folktale. So this folktale shows the importance of nature and gives highlights a lot of the mythical elements that are present in Norwegian folklore. And there you can see the superiority of the north wind. So the picture on the right side is the picture of the north wind and how superior it is from the folktale. And it's also superiorly and seen in The Lad Who Went to the North Wind. So those are the two works which show the superiority of the north wind and other mythical creatures like the Haldre, which are evil spirits, and trolls. Moving forward. So the work that I've chosen is East. East is a novel by Edith Patu. It's also called as North Child, and it was published in the year 2013. So this novel has a lot of myths like the birth direction. So they say based on the birth direction, that child will end up being such and such a child. So the novel also has another title called The North Child. So this talks about how this birth direction plays a very important role, because they say that a child who is born facing the north will travel far. And this is seen in this work. And it also talks about the map-making legends, how they stressed upon map-making in those times, and Vikings. I'm sure all of you all would have heard about Vikings, and this is seen in the novel as well. There's a character named Thor who is a Viking himself. And Cupid and Psyche, this is how I'm applying intertextuality into this work, because there are many elements like hot tallow falling on the person who is the bear, who turns into the prince, who is the main reason the protagonist, Rose, goes in search of to save him from the troll queen. So this is seen in this work. Please move forward. So the theories that I've applied are parallelism, archetypal theory. So the archetypes can be seen are rags to riches, that kind of an archetype. Then the subversion of the Cinderella archetype. This is seen where Rose, the protagonist, has to work to gain whatever she needs. She makes 3 dresses. Unlike the folktale, which actually talks about a fairy godmother who gives them 3 gifts. So this even has a touch of feminism, where she works to earn what she needs to in order to save the prince. And the historical theory is very evident, because a lot of the themes in this novel is taken from the Norwegian mythology. And subversion, as I said earlier, is of the Cinderella archetype, because there's a change in that archetype. And in textuality, as it's seen in many other works, there are retellings of the same Norwegian mythology in many other works. So juxtaposition of both the works, the folktale as well as the novel. The novel is written as in multiple perspectives, so each character talks one separate chapter. And the novel, in comparison to the folktale, has a lot of realism. It is not in some Arcadian place. It's in a historical place in Norway, so it gives a lot of reality into this novel. The figures are 3-dimensional figures. This is seen in the character of the white bear, the troll queen, and the protagonist Rose. And new themes have been put into this work, like individuality, the identity, all of those are the new themes. And Superstitio, which is written by a Danish person, he talks about how this is a nodal point in the Norwegian mythology and Scandinavian mythology. And superstition is seen a lot in this work. Shamanism, or going to see a fortune teller, is also seen in this work. The character's name is Mamo, and she guides the person. So thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next, I would like to welcome Sanjana from PSG College of Arts and Science here.
A very good afternoon to all. I'm Sanjana. I'm a student of PSG Krishnamal College, currently pursuing my third year BA English Literature. And my topic is the coalescence of myths in modern world, exploring the concept of mythical plurality through Neil Gaiman's work, American Gods. Next slide. So I have just explained my aims. I think we can go over that. Next slide, please. So American Gods is a 2001 mythological fantasy novel written by the British author Neil Gaiman. It is a critically acclaimed novel and it has won several awards. So in the novel, the author retains the basic features and qualities of several mythological figures and reimagines them as real people living in modern day society. Next slide, please. So a quick overview of the story. The story follows an ex-convict called Shadow Moon, who is released from jail early due to the death of his wife, Laura. And he's met by a strange man called Mr. Wednesday as he comes out of the jail. Mr. Wednesday is in reality the Norse god Odin, who is actually gathering together a team of the ancient gods to fight against the new gods, that is the gods of science, technology and media. Next slide, please. So, throughout the novel, we encounter several characters belonging to diverse mythological beliefs. Next slide, please. So coming to the focal point of my paper, which is mythical plurality. So mythical plurality is the convergence or intermingling of different mythologies, diverse beliefs and traditions. So this concept basically proposes the idea that God and religion are not one-dimensional concepts and that different people are entitled to have their different belief systems. So this work recognizes the cultural diversity in the world and examines the differences and similarities and the interaction of different diverse myths. Next slide, please. So now a quick look of how mythical plurality is implemented in the story. So Odin basically gathers a team of the old gods to fight against the new gods. So the team has famous characters from mythology. So from Norse mythology, we have Odin, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and Loki, the god of mischief and trickery. Next slide, please. From Egyptian mythology, we have Thoth and Anubis, the god of writing and the god of death. Next slide, please. From Irish mythology, we have the figures of leprechauns. From Native American mythology, we have the figure of land. So Native Americans are known to worship natural forces. So we have land from Native American mythology. From German mythology, we have the god Easter. Next slide, please. From the Slavic mythology, from the lesser-known Slavic mythology, we have the Zorya sisters and the god of light and dark, Cernobog and Beelzebub. From African mythology, we have the spider god Anansi and the Yoruban god Elegba and Mau. Next slide, please. Finally, coming to the Hindu mythology, we have Kali, who is the Hindu mother goddess, also known as the destroyer of ignorance. So she is depicted as a maternal character in the movie, often fondly called as Mamaji. And Ganesha, the elephant-headed god, the remover of all obstacles, is also portrayed in the story. He literally comes at a point where the protagonist is facing troubles and removes all the obstacles and clears the path for him. Next slide, please. So the new gods, so Neil Gaiman very cleverly has made a social commentary on how human beings have become addicted to our gadgets and technology and how we have come to worship gadgets and media over actual gods. So he personifies technology in the form of the god of technical boy, media as the goddess of television and culture, and Mr. World is a personification of globalization in the story. Next slide, please. So the coalescence of the myths in the story is the next slide. So this story is a collective expression of the tales of all the immigrants and how the beliefs of immigrants were brought into America, and how in the face of technology, the gods put aside the differences and come together as a unified whole to fight against the greater evils. Next slide, please. So we live in a highly diverse, multicultural society in today's world, and there is a need for the respectful examination of different myths. Of late, there have been a spike in the amount of hate crimes and violence happening against immigrants living in different countries. So I believe that the key to stopping all this is educating oneself about the diversity of myths of belonging to one culture. By understanding the myths of different people, we can draw parallels between our own myths, thereby helping us reduce ignorance and hate and violence. I would like to conclude on one point. The novel American Gods paints a beautiful picture of a world where the gods themselves put aside their differences and come together to fight against the greater evils. So this is a powerful statement that promotes the idea that every culture is equally important, and it teaches us humans to transcend the arbitrary boundaries of religion and culture that we have created to come together and work for a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjana. Next, I would like to welcome Lakshawardhini from Badya University. An announcement, is Aishwarya B from Avinashi Lingam College present here? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lakshawardhani from Bardiyar University. So, So the title of my paper is See as a Myth Resource, a Comparative Study. Next slide. So I would like to begin with a very common question that what is a myth? It is actually a narrative element taken from the most commonly found in the folklore genres, and also you can also call it as the oral traditions which has been followed right from in the many religions, and it is also a representation of a culture, tradition, and so and so. So we can find like various myths across various religions. For example, the nature myth, culture myth, gender myth, etc. And the myth that I've used in my paper is called as nature myth, where I impose like how a sea can be seen as a myth resource. Next slide, please. I've taken like two works. The first is Riders to the Sea, played by J.M. Sinch. It is actually an Irish tragedy, and he also belongs to the Irish literary tradition, where he has also worked on Irish Renaissance. So what this work talks about is an old lady named Maurya actually loses her husband and all of her sons to the sea. It represents the pain and the suffering which she undergoes throughout the play. She fights at the beginning, but literally gives up at the ending, because that becomes the myth becomes the destiny of her sons and the husband. That is the men of her family. So here the myth, as I've used as a universal concept, that when nature turns aggressive to purify the corruption, here the sea is seen as a cleansing agent, where the myth has a justification. Next slide, please. And the second work that I've chosen is a river poem, a river named River by A.K. Ramanujan. He is an Indian poet, and in this poem, actually, the poet offends the sea as a creator, where he says that even the sea can bring all the destruction that it has created, where the main common theme is also focused here is the loss and the pain. The lines of the poem which actually explains my concept is: the river has water enough to be poetic, about only once a year, and then it carries away. So I've applied the Indian myth in this poetry, that it is called a Samudra Manthan myth. It highlights the ocean, where it is a receptacle of both poison that can wipe out all the existence, and the divine nectar that can bestow immortality. You can just compare it with the myth that has been told when Lord Shiva, during the churning of the sea. Next slide.
And I made a comparative study with both different cultures. So first is the Irish tradition, and next is the Indian tradition. This is, done to unify the spiritual understanding, which is commonly found in both the traditions. When you change the lens, the perspective also change, and it is to show the destructive side of the nature, where again myth is also found, as I already stated, it is found as a universal concept, that where it brings out the sufferings faced by the fishermen and also the people who live in the coastal areas. And the final thing is myth and culture are intertwined. You can't separate myth and culture, because when you know culture, when you go deep inside a culture, you can know the myths hidden in it. And also when you learn about a myth, you can know about a culture. So myth and culture are intertwined. Next slide. So to conclude, this is actually an argument about an uncertainty thing. So I don't think a conclusion will finalize my thing. So I just want to say that myth should not be ignored, where certain times it can also teach you some moral lessons in many ways when you see myth as when it is related to you. And I would like to end my presentation with T.S. Eliot statement that past directs the present. So you have to not ignore your past, where to make your things beautiful in the present, you have to learn things in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshawardhini. Next, I would like to invite Shanmati from PSG Krishnamal College for Women.
So good afternoon all. I am Shanmati from 3rd BA English Literature of PSG Krishnamal College for Women. The title of my paper is Myths and the Mortals of Meluha. My paper mainly deals with how the author has reinterpreted and modernized the myth from the Hindu mythology. So the author of the novel is Amish Tripathi, and he is famous for his groundbreaking novel series, the Shiva Trilogy. And I have chosen the first book of this series, The Immortals of Meluha. So in this novel, the author, he has blended both mythology and fiction and offered a unique interpretation to the Hindu mythology. And Lord Shiva is the protagonist of the novel, and rather than depicting Lord Shiva as an immortal god with divine powers, the author, he has depicted him as a man of flesh and blood. The plot of the novel is Lord Shiva, he is depicted as a tribal warrior, and he enters into the land of Meluha, where he finds himself to be the prophesied Neelakant, who would save Meluha from its impending doom. And he fell in love with Sati there, and they eventually got married. And later on, he sets out on a journey to save Meluha from the evil. So that's the plot of this novel. So in this novel, the author has adopted a unique narrative technique by immortalizing the immortal gods. So he has depicted Lord Shiva as a mortal human with imperfections. He has attributed all the human traits to him, like self-doubt and confusion. So by mortalizing the immortal gods, the author, he has made the characters much more accessible to the readers, and it offers a sense of familiarity to them. So in the traditional Hindu mythology, Lord Shiva is omnipotent deity and he is one of the triumvirs. He is believed to be the destructor of evil, but the author's version of Lord Shiva is as a tribal warrior and a man of flesh and blood. So coming to the character of Sati, so in the traditional myth, goddess Sati is the wife and consort of Lord Shiva, and she is known for her devotion to him, towards him. In the novel, she is depicted as a warrior princess of Meluka. She is a very brave warrior, and she is depicted, she is known for her courage and determination. Thirdly, the author, he has humanized Nandi. So in the traditional myth, Nandi is considered as a bull and the mount of Lord Shiva, and is considered to be the gatekeeper of the abode of Lord Shiva. The author, he has humanized Nandi. By humanizing Nandi, he has added depth to his character. He is depicted as a brave warrior and is a general in the Meluhan army. So all these captivating plot elements contributed to the brilliant narrative. And when the gods are portrayed as omnipotent and immortal, so the readers can feel unrelatable and they may feel distant to them. But by immortalizing them, the author, he has made the characters much more accessible to them and offers a personal connect to them. So to conclude with, myths are an integral part of the society, and it enables us to understand the world and pass down our ancient wisdom. So by reimagining the myth and modernizing the myth, the author, he has not only offered a different perspective to the mythology, but also preserved the rich cultural tradition of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanmati. Next, I would like to welcome M.K. Neeraj from Kongu Arts and Science College.
Good afternoon all. My topic is myth making process, crafting narrative for the 21st century in India. So we know that mythology is an integral part of our life, because from childhood onwards we are introduced to mythology through books, folk tales, cartoons and recited stories from our places of worship. The purpose of these stories are not only entertaining, they are not to entertain, but also to educate children about our heritage, history and values, and why these myths were made. Early human beings, without any answers about their existence and limited scientific understanding, started making myths as a way to enlighten and teach young generation the morals of life. But some people have used this as a tool to perpetuate negative practices and justify certain ideologies. Those following ideologies: the caste system justification, patriarchal reinforcement, religious intolerance, political manipulation, these all can be seen as a byproduct of myth. People are being discriminated because of their birth into a certain caste or something, or the patriarchal reinforcement, which led to certain social norms where women will be marginalized and they are not given enough opportunities. So let's see how in the 21st century how myths are made. With the rise of technology, globalization and cultural exchange in 21st century, the process of myth making has also advanced. If you are examining the structural study of mythology by Claude Lévi-Strauss, he says that myths often revolve around fundamental dichotomies such as good and evil, life and death. These dichotomies, these binary pairs are not merely superficial elements, but they represent a deeper conceptual building blocks and of human cognition. So, the evolution of myth making. In the 21st century, myth continued to influence our identities, values, beliefs through media and technology, brands, politics, cultural diversity and mythologies, global mythologies. So, how myths are made? In the modern world, the reinventing of ancient archetypes. Victor Shklovsky, we all know the concept he made, the defamiliarization. We are familiar with that because he says that with the defamiliarization plays an important role in reinterpreting ancient stories and archetype motifs. By presenting these myths in an innovative way or connecting them to a contemporary context, writers can challenge established interpretations and make the narratives relevant to modern audience. Then the influence of media and technology. Again, if you are looking mythologies by Barthes, the book Mythologies by Barthes, he said that media got a role in creating and disseminating myths, perpetuating dominant ideologies. Anyone with an access to internet nowadays can make a myth, or they can introduce an idea and mythologize it. Next one. Now, brands as mythical symbols. Ronald Barthes again in his says that myths is a system of sign that conveys specific meanings, often making or naturalizing cultural values, beliefs, and power structure. Like we say that brands like Apple, Nike, Coca-Cola, or even any other brands in our nation itself, they show an ideology. They are representing ideologies and values that people are identifying with. So the companies strategically design brands and narratives to evoke emotion, aspiration, and a sense of belonging among consumers. And this is because Barthes says, he examines that how consumer products and advertisements are imbued with mythical significance, influencing consumers' behavior and perpetuating consumerist values. And also, in the political and ideological myth-making in the recent times, here we have to just analyze what George Demsel in his book Indo-European Comparative Mythology says. He introduces the idea trifunctional hypothesis. He says that societies were built with three factors: sovereignty, warrior class, and productive class. And the rulers then used mythical stories to mobilize people, create a sense of nationalism, and incite violence for their interests. Next one. So now it has changed as there is no, it's a global mythology. It's global mythology. Cultural exchanges through art, literature, cinema, and the internet lead to the fusion of traditions and beliefs, creating hybrid myths that speak to global audience. Then we have to see how it is expected to evolve. The process of myth-making will undoubtedly adapt, reflect the values and concerns of the times we live in. Next. And a reminder that we should keep in our mind is that as creators, consumers, and citizens, we must be mindful of narratives that shape our understanding of ourselves and the world around us, embracing the positive aspects of myth-making while critically examining its potential pitfalls. By doing so, we can harness the potential of modern myth-making to foster a more compassionate, inclusive, and sustainable global society. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeraj. Next, I would like to welcome Celsia from PSG Krishnamal College for Women.
Did you receive it? Janan Pit Award and Sahitya Academy Award. His famous works include Tuklak, Nagamandala, and as well as The Fire and the Rain. Among his works, this Fire and the Rain is considered to be the complex play. So to talk about Fire and the Rain, it is a transcreation. It was first written in Kannada in 1995 and was translated into English by Kannad himself in 1998. So to talk about his writing style, C.L. Khatri, he aptly remarks about Kannad's use of Indian myth in his plays. I quote, "He makes good use of Indian mythologies in his plays and finds parables for contemporary situations. He picks up stories and characters from Indian mythology and history, and through them, he dramatizes the contemporary realities." I unquote. So this play This play is based on the myth of Yavakri and Parvasu, which is described in the chapters of Mahabharata, which is titled as Vanaparva. So it is a story about two friends, Raibya and Bharatwaja, and their sons. So basically, I focused on post-colonialism in the book. I focused mainly on the oppression of women, male chauvinism, marginalism, and also the illogical caste system present in the play. So I would define post-colonialism as the politics of resistance. In the play, if you see, the lower caste people are submissive as well as the tribal community people are submissive, and it exposes male chauvinism and exploitation, expression of women, and the injustice done to them in the male-dominated society. Here, the society defines the Brahmin community as well as the benevolent tribal community. And there are two women characters portrayed in the play, Vishaka and Nithalai. They both are considered to be the icons of literature. The playwright throws light on how women are shackled in the social conventions which curtail their freedom and deny their individuality. So my paper basically is about the post-colonial treatise, which highlights social, familial and psychological problems. It raises the voice of women who are being oppressed in the patriarchal society. Mainly, Karnad has focused on the shrewd nature of modern man, how culture has been oppressed by patriarchy. I would like to conclude by saying that in the book, the tribal community are looked down upon upper caste people. So the myth used used by Karna to address here delves deeper into the meaning of patriarchy, and it promotes us to do a better way in the modern life. Thank you.
One question.
Yes, ma'am.
You were speaking about the women as a weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain this?
Yes, ma'am. Here in the novel, we have two main characters. One is Bharatwaja and Ravya. This Ravya, he is the father-in-law of Vishaka. Vishaka, even though she's married to Rabya's son, she's been exploited very badly using derogative terms such as buffalo and whore, and he even uses Vishaka only for his sexual pleasure. And as well as Nitila is concerned, she is a woman who's belonging to the tribal community. She has been assaulted by various men since she belongs to the lower caste. So the patriarchal society, it focuses mainly on the women, that is, the women's body are considered to be the weapon. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Celsia. Next, I would like to welcome Beena from Badya University.
SPV. No. Can you go up? There is a folder called PSG. It isn't there. Can you go back to the folder page? Oh, sorry. It isn't there. So shall I send you through mail then? Oh, right.
And participants of the national seminar. So my presentation is on culinary convictions, the interplay of food, faith and caste and social structures of Tamil Nadu. So this work is based on research articles and non-fiction But primarily this work is based on the non-fiction Food and Faith by Shobha Narayan and Bog Naivedya by Sujata Shukla Rajan and the Tamil translated, English translated version of Purananuru and Agananuru. So, food has always been an integral part of our Indian culture system, and we can even call it as the epicenter of our Indian cultural system, where we associate our emotions, rituals and our relationships, where food has played an integral role. So tracing the cultural transition of India right from 14th century, after the British occupancy, Afghan, Mughal and invasions, India has always expressed a strong cultural resilience towards maintaining its deep-rooted faith in Hinduism and mythology. So out of which the geographical factor is considered as the important one, where the extracts of Purananuru and Agananuru states that our Tamil region was divided into 5 types, namely the Kurunji, Mullai and Marudam, Neidal and Palai. So based on this division of landforms, the culture and the cultural transactions of Tamil Nadu were based on the land forms division, where the goods production and the cultural transactions of this land is found to have the same characteristics till date, even after evolution, after centuries, where, for instance, the region of Neidal still masters the production of salt production in India, even after the evolution of transport and communication systems. So the adaptation of culinary preferences and the meat intake based on the veg and the non-veg intake and all other cultural preferences that people have expressed over their culinary convictions, it has led to the rise of social structures in Tamil Nadu. And the extracts of Purananuru and Agananuru has given the example over the meat intake, including the pork and meat intake, which has led to the caste system in Tamil Nadu, followed by social hierarchies in Tamil Nadu based on the intake of food. So I have come to this conclusion based on the theory of functionalism, where food has become the structural and functional unit of our cultural convention, where it has entered our rituals, relationships and cultural transactions and activities, where eliminating food would result almost in the identity crisis of Tamils, because right from birth to death, every ritual in Tamil Nadu has been associated to food. So eliminating food from our culture will result in an identity crisis, and food has become a functional unit of Tamils. So, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, my ongoing research is on food and faith of Tamil Nadu. So I'm trying to compare the Shaivite and Vaishnavite influence over food and faith. So how it has resulted in the geographical transmission. But I find that irrespective of geographical factors all over India, Hinduism, though we call it Pongal here and Magara Sankaranti there, it is only based on geographical division, while the Hinduism principle is still, it has been due to the cultural resilience in India. Ma'am, I'm trying to incorporate, but what I thought was, if I'm taking a study, I have a parameter that I've taken temples over about 1,000 years back, which was constructed, I have taken under study. So I thought bringing in other religions would be a dilution in the study. Okay, why not fictional? Taken non-fictional, right? Ma'am, fictional, actually books related to fiction, related to temple, it always has legends, mythology, so I don't want to rely on that. Instead, I have taken non-fictions based on people who prepare food for temples. They have been doing it for more than 1,000 years. In Meenakshi Amman temple, that particular family has been with the temple for more than 1,000 years, they claim. So I thought their records will be better than the legends and myth. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Veena. Thank you, Veena. that's the end of the session. Thank you, everyone. Students, the next session will start at 2 p.m. I request all to inform your friends to reach the auditorium before 2 p.m. That's by 1:50. And ask them to have their lunch and come to the auditorium.
she tries to awaken from the and she's in need of freedom in a male-dominated society. As we all know that Victorian era is famous for its traditions and culture, and Victorian women were forced to be under the title Cult of Womanhood. And under the title of Cult of Womanhood, they discuss 4 things. That is piety, that is the women should be very devoted to God. And the second one is purity. They should be very pure in their heart and mind. And the third one is domesticity, that they will be devoted to their domestic works and they always love their children and family, and they do not have any rights to come out and perform their own individual needs. And then the last one is submissiveness. That is, they always obey the words of men, and the Victorian era is notable for its male-dominated society, where women were always treated as submissive. So these are the Victorian ideals which I have found in this novel, The Awakening. So I thought that it would be more probably relating to the current scenario where people, especially women, are coming out of their house in need of independence. They need independence in each and everything which they want. In education, work, even in sexuality, they need independence. That I find very related to the novel as well as the topic. This is a more kind of feministic novel, and there were more researches based on the feminism, but I wanted to bring it something different, so I thought of including Victorian ideals with that of current model. That's all about my paper. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
So good afternoon all. This is Gopika from Bishop Keeper College. So my topic is embracing the inevitable, unraveling the paradox of life and death in John Steinbeck's Red Pony. So we are in the world in which death is inevitable. So life is, once the birth is happened, definitely there will be a death. So I'm going to analyze my project novel, The Red Pony by John Steinbeck, in the topic of paradox of life and death. So introduction to the novel. So this novel was published in the year 1933. So in this novel, we are having 4 different kinds of short stories, in which the first 3 short stories are fully based upon the circle of death. So how the life bring happiness to one person and how it affects the man at the is happening. The objective of this paper is, the paper aims to explore the natural cycle of life and death. It talks about the interconnectedness of life and death. Next, the paper tries to find out the inescapable part of life and the death in the ranch that was mentioned in that novel, the place in which the short story has taken place, and the characters, the main protagonist, the Jew, how he was affected by the circle of death which was happened in that novel. So mainly that novel focuses on the animal, death of the animal, the red pony, the horse. So in the first chapter, Judy Tiflin got his horse which was given by his father, but he has some dream about that horse. So by very small horse he bought that, but he has dreamed that once the horse get some maturity, he was able to ride that horse. But due to some happening, the horse was dead in between itself. So it damages him completely, it collapses him, and it made him to kill another living being, that buzzard. So he killed another living being, though it was happened in the first chapter. So in the next chapter, the old man who was lived in that ranch, after a few years, he came back. He came back there to lead his last days of his life. So it shows that the person was born there, and after some time he went to next place for his living, but he wanted to die in the place in which he was born. So it shows that the life is definitely, once the birth has happened, definitely there will be death. So in between in between the birth and death, the human beings are having their all those sufferings and all. So John Steinbeck, whose all of his works are mainly focused on the sufferings of middle class people, how they have suffered during working class people. And also this novel, The Red Phony, was written during the time of of her mother's illness. So when she was hospitalized, he wrote this novel. So it shows how he tested himself. So during this inevitable time, he wrote such kind of novel. So how he can write any kind of novel in any time. So he tested himself. So in each part of this novel, it shows the circle of life and death has clearly portrayed in this novel. Then the objectives, the paper aims to explore the natural cycle of life and death. It takes about the interconnectedness of birth and death. So it describes the juxtaposition of grief and growth, underscores the contradictory nature of life and death.
For the kind attention of the audience, the chief guest has just arrived. We request you all to take your seats in the auditorium immediately. I repeat, we request all the participants to take their seat in the auditorium immediately. Participants are asked to occupy the front seats. I repeat, the participants are asked to occupy the front seats.
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I warmly welcome you all to the afternoon session of the National Seminar on the Confluence of Tales, Myth, and Culture in Literature. Now I call upon Dr. M. Divya, Professor, Department of English SF, to welcome the gathering.
Good afternoon to everybody. I welcome you all for the post-lunch session of the seminar. I am greatly honored to invite Mr. Anand Neelakantan. Welcome you, sir. In absence, I would like to invite our Secretary, Dr. T. Kanayan, our Principal, In absence, I would like to invite our Secretary, Dr. T. Kanayan, our Principal, Dr. D. Brenda, our Vice Principals, Dr. Rangaraj, Dr. Umarani, and Dr. Jayanti. I am delighted to welcome all the members of the faculty from the other departments and colleges. I also invite the students and scholars of this seminar who are the attendees from the other colleges. Welcome you all once again.
Thank you, ma'am. We are privileged to have with us an author whose pen wields the power to reimagine the past, breathe life into historical characters, and paint vivid landscapes of bygone eras. I invite Ms. Elshina James from second year MA, who has sketched a portrait for Mr. Anand Neelakantan. We would like to appreciate her artistic abilities. May we now request Ms. Mokana Sundari, Assistant Professor, Department of English SF, to felicitate the Chief Guest of the Day, Mr. Anand Neelakantan. We request Sir to unfurl the memento and consider it as a mark of our respect and admiration. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for doing and receiving the honors. In his book, Bhumija Sita, Mr. Anand Neelakantan writes, "In this world that is an illusion, every emotion is real. In this world that is real, every truth is illusory. Nothing is right or wrong. The universe has its own rhythm. Like day and night, like the seasons, everything changes and yet remains the same." We are privileged to have among us the author who challenges conventional narratives and unravels the complexities of mythological characters. I now invite Professor Mogana Sundari, Assistant Professor, Department of English, SF, to introduce the chief guest for the session.
Good afternoon all. It's a privilege for me to have my iconic writer on the stage near me. He is a prominent Indian author renowned for his exceptional contributions to the genre of mythology and historical fiction. With a profound passion for reinterpreting ancient epics, he has gained widespread acclaim for his thought-provoking narratives and engaging storytelling style. Anand Neelakantan's literary powers and innovative storytelling have earned him a dedicated following both in India and globally. With his deep-rooted understanding of mythology and history, he continues to leave an indescribable mark on the literary landscape. He, as a children's storyteller, possesses a magical gift of captivating young minds through his enchanting tales. He weaves vibrant and imaginative narratives that transport kids to fantastical worlds filled with adventure, wonder, and life lessons. He has crafted his stories that blend age-old wisdoms with modern sensibilities, making them relatable and thought-provoking for the reader. This is my introduction for him, but his recent book, Nalathamiyandi, by the press, Iberi, has given a beautiful introduction for him. I just wanted to read that to my audience. He has debuted as an author in the year 2012 with his iconic book Asura, Tale of the Vanquished, which told the tale of Ramayana from the perspective of Ravana. The book has been translated into 16 languages and is on Amazon's 100 books to be read in literature list, in the lifetime list. Anand followed it up with the hugely popular Ajaya series, a retelling of Mahabharata from Duryodhana's point of view. Vanara told the story of the Ramayana from Bali's perspective and became an instant bestseller. The book is slated to be the major motion picture and was optioned for one of the biggest bites in the Indian film industry. He is the author of the Bahubali Trilogy, the official prequel of S.S. Rajamouli's movie. The first book of the series is The Rise of Sivagami, and it became the bestseller across all charts. The second book, Chaduranga, and the final book in the trilogy is Quill of Mahilmadi, which subsequently published with outstanding success. Netflix has also announced a series based on the Bahubali trilogy. He has also written the most popular children's books, the very extremely most naughty Asura Trails for Kids, published by Puffin. There is an upcoming animation series based on this book. He has also published a short story collection entitled Valmiki's Women. Anand's audiobook, Many Ramayanas, Many Lessons, was in the top 3 listings of Audible India in 2021 and 2022. Nala Thamiyandi first appeared as an audiobook in Storytel in 10 languages and became Storytel's most listened book in 2022. He is a prolific screenplay writer and has written hugely popular series like Sita Ki Ram, Chakravati Samrat Ashoka, Mahabali Hanuman, Taj and Swaivar, among others. Ace director Rakesh Omprakash Mehra has announced a 2-part film based on the Mahabharata that Anand is co-writing with him. Reliance Entertainment has announced a spy thriller for a major OTT channel with Anand as the lead writer. For the past 6 years, he has been writing a regularly fortnightly column named Acute Angle for the New Indian Express. Anand also writes in Malayalam and has authored a short story collection, travelogue, articles, and film reviews for leading Malayalam dailies. Anand dabbles in cartooning, painting, public speaker, life coaching, acting, and modeling. I just feel what not this man has left. I most proudly welcome you for our August gathering here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, without further ado, it gives me immense pleasure to invite the extraordinary storyteller, Mr. Anand Neelakantan, to take over.
Vanakkam. It's a pleasure to be here. This town is also very close to I used to come here a lot during my college days. Many of my friends used to study in PSG engineering college. I did my engineering from Government Engineering College, Trichur. So I used to come to Coimbatore to meet my friends many times. So a lot of memories for this city. Most of you are English literature students. I don't want this to be a very formal address. I am actually intimidated by the setup. With so many people sitting, I thought a small classroom kind of session will be there. We'll be sitting under some tree and talking. So I am a bit intimidated because this keeps a distance between the speaker and the listeners. It becomes more like a lecture rather than an interaction. So I would like to make this more interactive. I hope they have a mic. The audience will have a mic. We can, some mic can be circulated in case somebody wants to ask something. It's very, I know it is called seminar and it's a very academic thing, but I am not from the academia or from the corporate. I ran away from all these things to the world of writing. So I would like to keep it very, very informal, especially an afternoon session, which is called the graveyard session of speakers, where people tend to sleep a lot. So this will at least keep you from sleeping. Talking about myths, folk tales, and other narratives, I think all our storytelling is inspired by myths and storytelling. And this is true across the world, but India being India, we have such immense diversity of culture and such an antiquity of culture also, that more than 6,000, 7,000 years of culture, especially Tamil has a great antiquity, and followed by Sanskrit and Pali and other languages, then the other classical languages like Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Odia, all these have got huge folk narrative and folk tradition. So I usually draw, even though I write mostly from Ramayana, Mahabharata and other Purana based, I don't go by the Sanskrit texts. I don't know how many of you have read Asura. If you have read Asura, it is more based on the South Indian, Dravidian myths about Ravana, rather than from the Sanskrit-based Ramayana. I have, of course, written from Sanskrit-based Ramayana for the television, when I wrote Siya Ke Ram or Mahabali Hanuman or the Mahabharata, which I am writing now. But my books are mainly drawn from the folk narratives and folk theatre tradition, like Kudiyatam, which is again Sanskrit drama, plus the Malayalam dramatic traditions are there, from Kathakali to the Ottantullal, and there are other folk Malayalam tradition and ritualistic traditions like Theyyam, and parts of southern Karnataka has Yakshagana, parts of northern Karnataka also, the southernmost districts of Karnataka and the northern Kasaragod district of Kerala have Yakshagana. They all draw from the Puranic lores, but they are not purely the Sanskrit text what we are using. They are mostly very rebellious, subaltern way of telling stories, which is what I try to follow. Now, how many of you are literature students? Or are all of you literature students? Okay. Before getting into much technical things, I want to ask you something. What are you aiming to do after college? Do you want to go into teaching, or how many of you want to become a writer? 1, 2, good, very less competition. I'm liking it. 2, 3, 4 people, 4, 5 people. Writing, when I say writing, it is not just writing books. I will put the question in a very altered way. How many of you want to become a storyteller? Now I see a lot of, quite a number of hands being raised. What is the difference between a writer and a storyteller? You can shout, it's very informal, you can tell it. Don't be very obedient students, this is not a class. What is the difference between a writer and a storyteller? Exactly. That is one thing. When you say storyteller, the biggest advantage you have is you are not restricted by the medium of writing. When you talk about writing a book, English is not our mother tongue. I came to English, and I was not a literature student. I studied in normal government schools and other things. So I read my first English book when I was 16 years old. English is not, apart from the textbooks, of course, anything outside the textbook, I read it for the first time when I was 16 years old. The younger generation have much more advantage. Most are from English medium schools and other things. So language was a problem when I decided to write. So without knowing the language also you can be a storyteller. Story is language independent. A very wrong thing to say where there are literature students and literature teachers. Most probably they are never going to invite me again. But storytelling has got nothing to do with language. Language is just a tool to tell stories. Many a times, many people have great imagination. They want to write stories or tell stories. They are intimidated by the language. Never ever be intimidated by the language. Language is irrelevant to storytelling. How many of you know about Ramayana? Okay, most of you know. How many of you know Sanskrit? One person? Two people? How many of you have read Sanskrit Valmiki Ramayana? In Sanskrit? Okay, one person has read it. There lies your answer. All of you know Ramayana. It's written originally in Sanskrit. One person has read it in Sanskrit, but that is the most popular story. The story, if story is powerful, it is language irrelevant. Mahabharata, I doubt whether anyone has read it completely, except in the scholarly circles who are reading Mahabharata for the sake of Mahabharata. A.K. Ramanujan talks about Indians are grown into the folklore and mythlore. They never read it. It is never taught. It is told by the parents, by the teachers, by the neighbors, by the films, by the advertisements. It keeps repeating. We imbibe Ramayana, Mahabharata and other lores through the culture itself. They are language independent. Mahabharata, around 1100 versions of Mahabharata are there. I don't think even 1% of the people who know Mahabharata and who are well versed with Mahabharata have read even 5% of these 1100 versions of Mahabharata or the 300 versions of Ramayana. I still keep after working almost 10 years in television, writing television, film and books. After writing 6 books on Ramayana, almost 600 episodes on Ramayana in primetime television, I am still discovering newer and newer Ramayanas every time I visit some place. Same thing with Mahabharata. How many of you know that there is a Duryodhana temple? Where is it? Kerala, there is a Duryodhana temple, but it's not a small temple in the sense that for the annual Ratha Yatra kind of festival, nearly 5 to 8 lakh people, some years 10 lakh people come for it. It's not a small corner temple. It's called Poruvadi Malanada temple. I had visited it before writing my book Ajaya, where Duryodhana, there is no idol of Duryodhana. Duryodhana, Shakuni, Dushasana, Dushala, there are other temples nearby for Shakuni, not in the same temple, 5 kilometers, 8 kilometers away and all. There are other temples in and around the same vicinity, in the north, between the borders of Alapi and Koilon district. You should go and visit there if possible. There is another Duryodhana temple in Himachal Pradesh also, not this big, but it is still there. And various parts of the country there are Duryodhana temples. How come there is a Duryodhana temple when Duryodhana is considered as the antagonist of Mahabharata? This is where the power of folk narrative comes, the subaltern narratives comes. If you go to the Parsinikadavu temple in Kerala, one of the Tayyam ritual festivals that happens there, it talks about, I don't know whether this folk narratives, how many of you are familiar with, when the Shankaracharya meets, Adi Shankaracharya meets a Kirada, in some versions Nishada, it doesn't matter, that is for academicians. Adi Shankara is going through the street, he is being carried in a palanquin, his disciples are walking ahead, they have a gong, beating the gong, they are going on crying, saying that the great Guru Adi Shankara is coming, he has done the Digvijaya, Sarvatnya Bida in Kashmir, Sharada Bida, he had defeated everyone in debate, all the Buddhists and all other philosophers he has defeated. He has become the all-knowing person, he has reached the Sarvatnya Bida and he is coming, everyone give way. A man is standing and talking about that era. Since it's a folk narrative, caste becomes an important aspect in it, we cannot shy away from it. So let us keep political correctness and all aside for a moment, because we are talking about the folk narratives of centuries before. This man belongs to a Paraya caste. He is standing with a dog. In some versions he is Chandala caste, it doesn't matter. He is standing there and these Brahmin disciples of Shankaracharya are shocked They say that you move away from the way. He asked, why should I move? They say Adi Shankara is coming, he is greatest of all gurus, he is coming. You have to move away from the way Chandala, you move away. The Chandala says, what is the big philosophy that Shankaracharya had said? So the disciples say, what will you understand if we talk about the philosophy of Shankara? He is such a learned man. But he says, Swami, tell it, let me understand what it is. So they say the philosophy is Advaita. There is no difference. Everything is one. It's all Brahma. The world is, the universe is, there is one ultimate reality. The rest of it, the Jagat, is Mithya. The universe, the world is an illusion. And there is only one reality, that is God, and we are all God. It's not exactly God. English is a very difficult language to translate. English doesn't have half the words of what we have in Indian languages. But the world is Brahman. Everywhere it's Brahman. And in everyone it is Brahman. In animate and inanimate things it is Brahman. And that is the philosophy which Shankara is propagating. So this Chandala asks, then just go and ask him if there is a Brahmana Parabrahmam and a Paraya Parabrahmam. The disciples are shocked. They go to Shankara and say, this fellow is refusing to move. And he has asked whether there is a Brahmana Parabrahmam and Paraya Parabrahmam. And immediately, it's a bolt of lightning to Shankara that what is in theory is one thing in many books, what is in practice is something else. He jumps out of the palanquin and runs and falls on the feet of this man. The folk narrative is this. Later the narrative it becomes this man is Shiva, who has come to teach the lesson of the real Advaita to Shankara. This is played every day in the temple as a ritual. Every day, again and again. How many people understand it is a separate thing. But this is played again and again and again in the temple to make people understand. There might be the intermediaries between if there is a God, that is also in Indian tradition, it is always agnostic. Sanskrit and the Tamil, ancient Tamil might be the two group of literature in the world which has maximum number of atheistic and agnostic tradition. It is always a speculation right from Rig Veda. That the Nasadiya Sukta of Rig Veda about the creation, whether there is a creation, what happens, who has created everything, who knows how these things are happening. Maybe the gods in the heavens knows, maybe even they don't know, because we don't even know whether they exist. This stream of the agnostic, the constant quest is what have driven the Indian thought process forward. Practically so many things have happened. Like any parts of the world, there have been selfish people, vested interests have created various differences in the society for exploitation over the years. And how the society have reacted? They are reacted through tales and narratives told like this, like the Chandala story of Chandala meeting or the Paraya meeting, Shankaracharya and teaching him about Advaita, what is Advaita. These kind of narratives. So this Duryodhana tale what I was talking about, this temple also tells such a story. So when the Mahabharata story talks about, at least nowadays we understand Mahabharata as that. Mahabharata doesn't talk about that. That's a different discussion. If some of you are asking that question, we can talk about it. But as of now, the TV narrative, for which I am also some part responsible because I have written a lot on this, TV is for the lowest common denominator, no offense. But we are writing it for the masses, so there is a way to write it. We cannot go against, like how I write in my books, I cannot write in the TV. Books are for different kind of people, television is for different kind of people. But what TV narrative has made is that Mahabharata is a war of good versus evil. Good had won and evil was vanquished. This is the narrative they are telling. But what is the subaltern narrative, the folk narrative, which goes against this or questions this and make you think? In this Borivadi temple, when I had gone once there, I had stumbled upon the temple festival was there, I had gone there. So I had written, and the preface of one of my books, Duryodhana is worshipped here. And why is Duryodhana worshipped here? Not because he gave salvation or moksha to anyone. Not because he had gifted anyone a lot of cows or anything like that. He had shown some compassion. He had treated everyone equally. So this is the story. I will narrate this story before we enter into the question answer session, because I don't want to give you a long speech and bore you. Whatever it is, I will take more time to answer when you ask questions, so that it is easier for me also to know what we should discuss. So I'll just tell the story. Duryodhana, Ashwatthama, Kuni and others were in search of us when they were in the Ajnadavasa, when they had gone incognito. So that was the condition of the game of dice, which Yudhishthira had promptly lost. So they had to live 12 years of exile in forest and 1 year incognito. If they were found, then they will have to repeat this cycle again. So that was a condition. So Duryodhana was in search of them, and they reached down south. They reached in this village in Kerala, near Koilon district. These people were thirsty. They asked for water. No one was willing to give them water. Not because the people there were cruel, that they won't even offer water to the guests. The village where the Duryodhana, Karna and other people have reached were the village of the people at that time who were called untouchables. And by the dress, by the manner in which these people are coming in this richly attired dress and in their horses, the people in this village were scared. And as per the rules of those era, if a Kshatriya takes water from, he is not supposed to take water from the untouchables, because if he drinks that water, he will lose the caste. And to regain his status, he had to kill the person who has given the water. So nobody wanted to die. So they refused to. This is a folk narrative. You won't find it in Vedavyas's Mahabharata, but this is based on the temple legend. So nobody was willing to give, but one old woman, she comes out with a pot of toddy. And this toddy she gives, and Duryodhana and others drink. And then she says that, now you can kill me. And Duryodhana is surprised. Why should I kill you, grandma? He asks. So she says, I belong to this untouchable caste, and you have lost your Kshatriya caste now by taking water from me. And the only way you can regain is to kill me. That is why nobody else was coming, but I have lived enough. I am 80 years old. If somebody is thirsty, I think quenching your thirst is more important than my own life. So please drink and then kill me. So Duryodhana says, this is nonsense. Look, the kind of people I have with me. I have Ashwatthama, who is the son of Drona, our Rajguru. I have Karna, he is Sutaputra. Duryodhana at that time doesn't know who Karna is or whatever. So he is Sutaputra. Here is Shaguni, a Mlecha, my uncle. I don't believe in this. I have Ekalavya with me. He is a Nishada. We are all friends here. And I don't know who made this custom, but I don't believe it, and I am not going to kill you. When he says this, one by one the villagers come out. For the first time they are seeing a royal who is treating them like humans. They say that they then have a feast. They treat him and the crown prince of Hastinapur have a feast with them, with all of them sitting together. Then they ask him, we want to build a temple for you, because For us, you are the God. Duryodhana says, don't make a temple for me or any of us. We are mere humans. If you want, make it in the name of the greatest Chandala. Who is the greatest Chandala? As per Puranas, Shiva is the greatest Chandala. It's an irony. Imagine it. In a country with such a great caste system, Shiva is the greatest Chandala, is the greatest god, Mahadeva, the Deva of Devas. So Duryodhana asks him to do it. And they make Shiva's temple. But later, after Duryodhana loses the war, the temple is destroyed, and henceforth the people decide that there will not be any idols. For us, Duryodhana is Shiva, and the others are the Upamurtis of Shiva, and we are going to worship him like that. So that temple still worships Duryodhana. This is a subaltern narrative challenging the mainstream narrative, and these have coexisted each other, and that's one good thing, because there is no centralized church or any centralized religious authorities which will issue, which have laws like blasphemy, like the medieval Christianity, or in Goa until recent times, until 17th century when inquisitions went on, or in Islam, what we find even recently, there was no fatwa kind of things where you won't allow other narratives at all. That is one positive aspect of Indian thought process. All things have flourished. Negative aspect we discussed a lot with the stratification through caste and the rebellion out of a rebellion against state. That is the negative aspect. When you talk about negative aspect, you'll have to talk about positive aspect. Positive aspect is, compared to many other parts of the world, the thoughts could flourish. Even if they are marginalized, they could always flourish, and they had their space. So these kind of narratives still existed, still are celebrated, and that is from where writers like us draw inspiration and write it. So with that, I just put the introduction. In case there are any questions from audience or from other faculty members, I will try to answer to the best of my capability. If no questions are there, either I have bored you to death, then we can have a good afternoon sleep.
The participants may ask their questions now.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Shreya, and I'm an ardent fan of yours. I have two questions to put forth. The first one is that you said you not only focus on mainstream narratives but also folklores. So, and you majorly write in English. So how do you anglicize? What is your process of anglicizing words so that it does not stand apart from the main text?
Okay, this question I will answer, and then the next question, it will be better.
Anything is fine, sir.
That will be better, otherwise I will forget what was your first question.
Okay, sir.
So, first thing, when I decided to shift to English from Malayalam, I decided that I am not going to write it for the foreigners. First thing. It's very important why I am telling this. I am not going to write it for the foreigners. I am not aiming for any foreign awards. If they give me, I will take it and keep it in my showcase. And if there is a check with it, I will put it in the bank and spend it. That's separate. But I am not going to write for foreigners. So, there is a method of writing for foreigners. You have to sell the poverty. You have to sell the exotica. You have to make slumdog millionaires. I am not going to write that. I am going to tell the stories to my people. Why I chose to write in English is because it will cut across the various languages of India, and it will get translated to other languages also. So all my books have come in Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, to Indonesian, Burmese, and various other languages because I wrote in English. So I won't italicize any words. I will just write how we speak English. So now when I am speaking English, I am not going to explain you what is Brahman, what is Dharma. I expect you to understand. I expect my audience to understand. I am not going to write a asterisk and put a footnote or an index explaining all these things. Because my target audience is not some white-skinned man looking for exotica sitting in America or UK. That is not my target audience at all. Because when Dan Brown is writing, he is not thinking that how a person in Coimbatore is going to read it, right? He just writes it. This we follow when we are trying to do films also. So in Bahubali, when I was associated, all the names which we put are typical South Indian names. We don't think of how a Punjabi person is going to pronounce it, Kattappa, how they pronounce it. You don't care. You are telling the story, which is what Mani sir also did, no? In Ponniyin Selvan, he didn't try to change the names. He used exactly Kalki sir's, whatever he had put. These names will be very tough to, but when Game of Thrones R.R. Martin writes, he puts very European names to an imaginary world. So they do it confidently. We have come to a stage where we are confident enough, and English I don't think is a foreign language anymore. The English what we speak now, I don't think anyone other than Indians can understand my accent. Isn't it? I speak English the way I learned, like a Malayali speaking English, a Malayali who came to English very late, not like my country cousin Shashi Tharoor or Arundhati Roy or other people who are great writers, and they come from a very anglicized background. I come from a very rural background. I come from, nobody in my home ever spoke English. Now my kids speak English and correct my English. That's separate. They correct every sentence I speak and they start laughing also, because they are all studying in Bombay. I live in Bombay. They study in Bombay, hi-fi schools. So I tell them, you are a son of an English writer. I am not. My father studied only up to 10th standard, mother is 7th standard. I come from a very rural area, village, so I cannot speak English like you. But that should not stop me. That's why I said, being a writer is a tough task. Being a storyteller is an easy task. Every kid tells story. You should know how to lie. You need imagination. And imagination we can develop. Just put away your mobile phone. Just sit under a tree. Even if it is not raining, even if it is raining, it doesn't matter. Sometimes I do that also. Sit under it, just look up at the sky, stories will come. Try it. If you keep looking at TikTok videos, it will not come. So, if you are attempting to write, 2 tips. Write visually. Write visually. There is a reason why I am telling this, especially for English literature students. Many a times what happens, we are culturally programmed to judge books based on the beauty of the language. But it's a very subjective thing, beauty of the language, right? Language should communicate. Beauty of the language, poetic language is good for poetry, and poetry is a great art. But when people give away awards like SAHITYA AKADEMI awards or any award, they are all great awards given by great people, but one small thing, mistake what they are doing is, they come from the tradition of poetry and they judge books by the beauty of the language. But world has moved in the last 100 years so far forward. Now the main format of storytelling is visual and not poetry. Once upon a time, all the stories were told in poetry. Ramayana is Kavya, Mahabharata is Kavya, Tirukural is poetry. Everything what you have heard is poetry. But now the storytelling is majorly in films, televisions, and it's a visual world. So to appeal and to tell properly, give less importance to language. I am not saying language is unimportant. Try to write as beautiful language in as simple words as possible. Like how R.K. Narayan or Ruskin Bond writes. Use simple, elegant words and de-tharurify yourself when you are writing. If a 10-year-old cannot understand your vocabulary, don't write, put it in your thing. A 10-year Indian should understand, not 10-year American or British. A 10-year Indian should understand your English. A normal kid should understand your English. In that English, if you can convey great ideas visually, that is what has worked for me.
Thank you so much for that answer, sir. So the next question comes from me as a psychology student, because when I was reading Vanara, it is a challenge, like you're challenging the main narrative of Bali being the bad person. And here when you talk about Bali's complex emotions come forth, and Sugriva's grey or the more darker side come forth. So how do you explore the other side of the narrative when it is like extremely challenging and extremely like polarly against the main narrative? Because you have to go to the mindset of that character as well. How do you do that?
If I am writing the same thing, why should I write? Valmiki, Kambar, Eഴുത്തച്ഛൻ, so many people have written so beautifully all these things. No, why? Who am I to add one more thing to the same thing? I do that for television for a living. So that's how I make a living. That I do. But otherwise, it is only when I go get into the other characters and become that character, I act it out. So, if my family keeps on threatening me that they will make my video viral, my method of writing, because it's more like inside the room telling the story and finally typing it out, or sometimes recording it and later typing it out. So it's more enacting rather than so I try to tell it as if I am Ravana, or I am Duryodhana, and trying to argue my case in the court. That is a simple technique.
Thank you for the answer, sir. That was very enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Sir, what has inspired you to take the subjects that you are writing about now, and what impact do you think it's making in the world?
I don't know what impact it will make in the world.
In India, sir.
No, in India itself, what impact, perhaps now we are discussing about it, is a small example of what impact it has made. Other than that, I don't think by writing a book you are going to change the world. I don't have that idealistic, I am a very cynical person. So I don't think by writing a book you can change the world, or even getting enlightened Buddha couldn't change the world, right? So what can a poor writer write something and change the world? It's not going to happen. But it gives me an immense satisfaction, and if at least one person starts thinking differently, that is enough. Why I choose this? Because when I decided to write, this is something which is close to my heart. I keep traveling, keep traveling to villages, I keep seeing these narratives. I'm fascinated by these kind of subaltern narratives, and I thought that I should tell it to the world in a medium which more people will reach. In medieval Malayalam or Tamil, you talk, these songs are there, half the people won't understand. The ritual happens, the same, whatever is that ritual is happening, like this Chandala story I was talking, Shankara. The ritual is happening, the practices are totally opposite to it. So even the people who are doing the rituals are not aware of what the story means. It is talking about a great lesson of Advaita, where Shiva himself comes to teach Shankara. And in the same temple you cannot enter, half the people cannot enter, half the things are there. So many issues are there. So people are not even understanding what the ritual itself is meaning. So I thought I should use all these things to put it in my narrative and tell them.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, one more question. Recently I read your retelling of Manthara's story. It was very good. I just want to ask, how do you connect all those different points and plan it? Because I've also started some stories, but they keep on falling off or incomplete. How do you complete? How do you see it through and make it
Don't think it is easy. What you are seeing it as published is 20th or 21st draft. It's not that I sit there and write in 5 minutes and give it. It is, so many people, this quote is attributed to, from Hemingway to so many others, that writing is very easy, sit before your typewriter and bleed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Vishnu Priya from English department. Do you think religion influence over myths?
Pardon?
Religions influence the myth.
Definitely. Religion is storytelling, right? Everything is storytelling in the world. Advertisement is storytelling, business is storytelling. Religion is business also. So it's definitely a storytelling. Religion may offer solace to anyone, nobody is questioning that. Perhaps one of the most beautiful explanation about God or lack of it, or religion, or its positive and negative aspect, came from one of the greatest mystics, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. So when Paramahamsa was asked, this is again a folk tale I heard in Bengal. I didn't find it in the Ramakrishna Ashram's writing, but this is an oral story, but it's a beautiful story. Vivekananda asked Paramahamsa, why should I believe in God? And Paramahamsa said, have you seen the crutches of a man who doesn't have legs? Have you seen a baby walking with a walker, learning to walk? Have you seen an old man holding a stick and walking? Vivekananda said, yes. Then Paramahamsa said, religion is that. When you are weak, when you don't have legs, when you are blind, metaphorically they are telling, when you are learning things, when you are helpless like baby, you are using these kind of tools to make your living. And a baby learns using a walker, baby walker. After that, once he grows up, he or she can walk by herself. So there is no need for religion. Suppose they fall down, something happens in life, you need a support. Then you hold on to a religion, you hold on to a stick. When you are old, you are infirm. So you find that many atheists become believers in their old age. So what Paramahamsa is telling, have compassion. Will you make fun of a man who doesn't have legs using a crutches to walk? Religion is like that. If you don't want it, don't have it. No problem. If you want it, whenever you want it, it is there. If stick is there, don't use a stick to beat someone else. If you want to walk with that stick, walk with it when you are weak. So this solace, Yuval Harari also talks about the same thing, no? In Sapiens. You are using religion or God as a solace for yourself, which was what religion was in India until recent times. It is always a concept of Ishta Devada, our own personal God. It doesn't matter what the village is worshipping, that is a cultural thing. Personally, you will have some Upasana Murti. If you don't have also, it doesn't matter. 90% of the saints were atheists in their personal life. It doesn't matter. Buddha himself, Jaina, all are based on agnosticism and atheism. Many of them are silent, actually. They use religion as a tool for reform. You read deeper into Shankara, you find that he is an atheist, pure atheist. But the definition of atheism, again, atheism is a very different word in English and in Indian languages. Because God concept itself is different in India. Don't confuse it with the God concept of Abrahamic religions like Christianity or Islam, which is a way of looking at life. I am not saying this is right, that is wrong. I am not into that debate at all. But the conceptual itself, it is very different. So, religion, if it is used as a tool to oppress others, if it is used as a tool to organize ourselves for our own good, all good, is organize ourselves to create trouble for others, then it becomes poison. And that is what is getting objected to by many of the thinkers. So religion is based on myth. What is the doubt in that? And myth is not a bad word.
Sir, and my next question is, by choosing the minor character in the big book, how do you develop into a book, sir? Choosing a minor character like Ravana.
There is no character is minor. In that story, their story is not told enough. That doesn't mean they are minor. Every character has, that's why I used a character called Bhadra in Asura. If the moment you start looking from his point of view, that is your story. Now you are telling the story. Who are the major characters? Are only the political leaders, the CMs and PMs and the opposition leaders the major characters in India? No, each of us are, no? Each of us, the people we love, the people we hate, people we dislike, all of them are major characters in their life. You tell their life, you are just telling life. Mantra is a minor character because Valmiki is telling Rama's story. But when I am telling Mantra story, Rama is a minor character. Mantra is the main character. So the moment we get into Mantra's mind, it is her life. Rama is a king, a prince of the lady who was her foster daughter. And he had gone, did many things and came back. He is a god, okay, I will worship him. But for me, my life is more important. Just like for me, my life is more important than the life of Mr. Modi or Mr. Stalin or Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan. No, for me, my life and my family is more important. How am I a minor character? In my life, I am the major characters. All these people are minor characters for me. They could be the CMs and PMs of the country. So when you write also, keep that in mind.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, for example, when we write exams, personally, when I write exams, to be honest, I refer a lot of text, I take notes from the classes, I read everything. But when I try to depict in the paper, I can't extend more than 1.5 pages, probably. I get stuck. If not in terms of vocabulary, I get stuck in terms of content. So being a writer, what I personally think about stories, maybe fictional writing, I just think it is just a spark from a thought, just a spark from a line or something, we just develop it. So all of us, not maybe a majority of people, what we do is we just get stuck probably in writing 2 or 3 pages. How do you develop and how do you manage to write more than 500 pages just from a spark?
Ma'am, do you dance or sing or draw or any art?
Sorry,
or
I'm
sports?
a student, sir.
Pardon?
I'm a student from 3rd BA English Literature.
I didn't get you.
Okay.
You are a student of?
3rd BA English Literature, sir.
It's not clear.
Ma'am, okay.
Okay. That's okay.
Okay.
So,
I thought you mistook me as faculty. Sorry for that.
No, not at all. It was just a term of respect. You might be my daughter's age. It's a term of respect only I used. I have a habit of telling that. Don't worry about it. Okay, don't get flustered because of that. What's your name?
Sir, Niketana.
Huh? Niketana.
Yes, sir.
So Niketana, do you dance or?
I occasionally sing.
Classical?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you practice?
I was sent to music classes when I was...
Music classes, fine. And what did the teacher say? How many hours you practice?
Every day I used to go till my 3rd standard.
Okay. How many hours?
Probably 7 hours a week.
7 hours a week.
Yes, sir.
How many hours you practice writing? I know, the way she was talking, I got it. She might be a poet or writing short stories. Novelist, great. Congratulations. So I need not tell you, but other people also. What happens is, writing is like any other art or sports. Lot of writers have mystified writing as if it comes as a spark of God and it suddenly the stories appear. This is all, forgive me, Sanskrit bullshit. Writing is like any other art. Unless you practice it, it will not come. You have to force yourself to write. There is no other way. When you are singing, the singing goes on. I cannot sing for saving my life. Only place I sing is in the bathroom. And after 2 lines, my daughter or son will come and kick the bathroom door, or the dog will come and bark. So I can't even sing in the bathroom. That's my plight. But for singers, every time you hit a missed note, you start again and do it, right? Writing is exactly like that. And if you feel you are stuck at one story, stop it there, go to sleep. Don't worry about what mother says, you cannot sleep in the evening, you cannot sleep in the afternoon and all. You can sleep whenever you feel like. Sleep. And sleep is very important for creativity. Laziness is very, very important. Be lazy as possible, and start again, it will come. If you work hard, it will not come. Be lazy and keep practicing. If you are stuck at some place, don't try to start from there, start from the beginning. And don't write the same thing and get stuck at the same place, write it differently. Try another attempt. Because that way is closed, there is some other way. It is just telling you, go some other way. But always a way is there. I think I don't tell you more than this because you already written and published. But having published so many books, this is how I feel and I do. Sleep a lot, watch. Television is alright, film is alright because these are all storytelling. Watch mobile very less and sleep a lot and be very, very lazy. Writing should come.
Thank you, sir. And my next question is like any other specific jobs, do you have any timetable? Do you stick to any timetable?
I don't have a to-do list. I don't believe in to-do list. I have to finish this, finish that, finish this. Basically, I write in the morning because that's the time when everybody is sleeping and I get less phone calls and distractions. So I wake up early and write. As students, it will be difficult for you sometimes to wake up early. Whatever your parents say and teachers say in teenage and early 20s, you need at least 10 hours to 12 hours of sleep physiologically. So you need that sleep. This is science I'm talking about, not Shastra and other things. So if you feel like sleeping, sleep up to 10 o'clock, not a problem. I have biggest fight with my wife on this because I allow the kids to sleep. She doesn't allow. But kids need to sleep. So sleep and night, if you cannot wake up early in the morning, night time is also good. Silence helps. I have written in railway stations also, in Mumbai railway stations. Local trains also I have written, but that comes through practice. When you start off, write early in the morning or late in the night. Best times.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And all students should sleep at least 10 hours. This is the only time you are going to get to sleep.
Sir, I wish you write an article and publish regarding the 10 hours of sleep so that our mothers would allow.
You have always classrooms to sleep.
Sir, good evening. This is Ramya Devi. I'm a great fan of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I'm doing my doctoral research on all your books. And it's
Thank
really
you.
overwhelming to see my author standing before me and answering my questions. My question is like, your depiction of Duryodhana was so convincing. When you said, seeing the tears of Subhadra, Duryodhana melted, we all melted. So I thought, okay, when the roll of dice was over, I thought, how will you justify that scene of humiliating Draupadi? Because that is the major thing that makes people hate Duryodhana. So I went to Rise of Kali and read that part alone. and it was convincing too. So, did that cast you, like, did you do a lot of work in that particular scene, to justify your...
Definitely, I didn't do a lot of work, but it was a very emotionally draining scene. Especially, that is a time when I lost my mother also. So it was very, I was writing it in a very emotional, whereas if you see Nala Damayanti, I have written in a very happy mood, and it's a very funny book, or I hope it is a funny book. But this one was a very emotional, I was also traumatized at that time. But mainly, as I said, no, I write as if I am standing before the Supreme Court and arguing that I had to be let off. And yes, I might have done some mistake, but I am not the evil person you think. So that is how I write about every character. So, if I am writing about drama, then also I will write like that and try to be in his mental state when he is abandoning Sita. So far I have written from the other side. But in case I have to write, I feel like writing it, I try to humanize all characters. The moment you make them villains or gods, no, you take out the humanity out of it.
Yes.
Actually, Vyasa and Valmiki have not done that. It is the later era poets who wanted bhakti. They polished all these things and painted black and white. Otherwise, Valmiki's drama is very human drama with a lot of human flaws, where he actually thinks whether what he did is right or wrong 100 times. Vyasa's Yudhishthira is such a fascinating character. Now Yudhishthira, we feel like giving him 2 slaps. The way TV portrays him, no? He's such a clown. But Vyasa's Yudhishthira is such a fascinating character that every moment he is the man who suffered the most. Because Duryodhana was sure of what he wanted. No suffering. Whether whatever I am, no, if I am sure of what I want, there is no suffering in life. Yudhishthira was the one who was constantly debating whether I am right or wrong, and Vyasa put this seed of, he always thinks whether I deserve this kingdom, because he is not very sure whether he is, how he is eligible for the kingdom. So that makes him a fascinating character actually. But Yudhishthira has been so done to death by the later day narrative as such a good man that you start actually hating him. Actually, Yudhishthira never considers him a good man until the end. He is always skeptic. That makes him, Vyasa's Yudhishthira, a very fascinating character. That is what Vyasa's Karna is. That is what Vyasa's Duryodhana is. Later day writers have polished it. I am trying to bring back something like what the great writers like Vyasa had done. A small glimpse of it, that's all.
That was so good, sir.
Thank you.
And one more question. How do you, as a writer, how do you take the negative criticism? So because all these are concerned with myth and religion, and for example, when Da Vinci Code came out, it was very controversial. And even these things are a bit of controversial things to conventional people. So if you get a negative criticism, how do you handle it as a writer?
Frankly, I have not faced it much. One question I always get asked in every interview or every meetings like this is why I have not been lynched or beaten up until now. It's a constant question. I don't know. One day it may happen, but so far I have gone to Ayodhya and spoken about this. I have been invited by this government. I have gone to Nepal in Pashupatinath temple, I have spoken about this. Because as a religion, I don't know how it is. As a culture, India has always been an open society intellectually. 2 different things. Practically, there were a lot of problems in the society. Over the years, a lot of things had happened. Even now, those problems persist. The problems of casteism, problems of oppressing women in most part of the country, the patriarchal society, over the years all these things are there. So practically it is a mess. But in the intellectual circles, India always had space for all kind of narratives. So I am not the first person writing. Bhasa in 300 BC or 500 BC, depending on whichever versions you go for, had written Urubanga and Pancharatras and all in those eras. Pradima Nadagas and all those things in those eras itself. So that intellectual culture of debate was always there. Perhaps that is our curse also, because if theory and practice were the same, a reformation would have happened like how European Renaissance happened. Because you change the theory and the practice changes by itself, the society gets reformed. So in the last 100, 150 years, the Western society leaped forward. In science, in rationalism, in technology, everything. And whatever we have now, 99% of it we owe it to the European Renaissance, to be very frank. Whatever we are having now, it's a gift of science. It comes from a society which had no reason in the religion and was one of the most brutal in the practice of religion. You see medieval Europe, the Iran's or Taliban's Islam of today, I am not saying that's a right Islam or wrong Islam, but what they are practicing, Ayesha is practicing today, will look like a very reformed society compared to what Europe was in the Dark Ages, the hold of the church and the religion. India's religions never had that kind of hold. And India's theories were always fantastic. Advaita, Vishishtadvaita, so many debates, Buddhism, in books it is fabulous, even now it is fabulous, it's far beyond whatever in philosophical depth we had reached. But it had no connect with the common public and the practice. So as I said earlier, in the same temple they will play the drama of Shiva teaching Shankara, and the same temple they will practice the untouchability. When the ritual is happening and still in practice totally contrary, it's shocking actually. What are these people doing, you will feel. So that makes it difficult in this country, because you do reform anything, all the reforms have been talked about. It's a country of perpetual rebels in saints, from Basava to Tiruvalluvar to, you take, all of them are rebels. They all have rebelled against the society in every, like Basava in Karnataka made such a huge anti-caste movement. Narayana Guru in Kerala made such a great caste movement, anti-caste movement. Even Shankara is a rebellion. Buddha is a rebellion. So many rebellions and reformations had happened, but in practice nothing touched. It is still gripping the society. Ambedkar is a rebellion. But still, even constitutionally so many things have been assured. Even now it is gripping the society. So to change that, intellectually is it possible? I doubt. Perhaps intellectually if it is possible, then Buddha could have achieved it. Ambedkar, Gandhi, in his own way, some people may call flawed, but did a lot of work on this. He couldn't do, Vivekananda couldn't do, Ambedkar couldn't do, Periyar couldn't do, Narayana Guru couldn't do. They all made small differences, or large difference, but slowly it withered away. Still it is there. So perhaps the only thing which can solve is perhaps science and prosperity. Perhaps it may change. Rapid urbanization of India may change. Villages are the cesspool of casteism and fundamentalism. All the films will show nostalgia about village. But it's a harsh truth. These are the people who have never seen the villages and never lived in the villages. I travel through the remotest of the villages in India, and especially in the North India specifically, and I know what I am talking about. It's brutal. You talk to the people individually, irrespective of whichever society they are from, they are so wise and such a humanistic people individually. But collective as a society, there is no humanism. The system is so corrupt. So it is not against any person. I have seen so compassionate people in day-to-day life shocking me with their prejudice, because that is what the culture has taught them. So I can't even blame them, because it is not that they don't know these things or it's ignorance, it's conditioning. So through writing, whether it can change, I doubt. You cannot change it. You can just show the mirror. Perhaps science, technology and rapid urbanization, where you don't find any casteism, because of casteism first broke down in the local trains of Mumbai before all the reformers had come. In local trains of Mumbai, you cannot ask which religion, caste, language you are. You are all hanging for your dear life. When you reach that position, everything will break down. All other philosophizing theory and all are good for academic circles. We can make films, caste films, anti-caste films, and make money out of it, fame out of it. We can write books, make money out of it, fame out of it. But in theory, only rapid urbanization and modernization can change it, perhaps.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm offending anyone. I talk my mind and I know where is the exit, which way to run.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, as a writer, you must have faced writing a writer's block. I was wondering, what did if you would have faced it, what did you do about it, and how long did it last?
Which one? I didn't get you, man.
Like, as a writer, you might have faced writer's block, right?
Writer's block is something which you face every day. Many writers face it once in 6 months is because they write very less. They make it into some kind of very obscure ritual that whenever mood strikes only I will write. So they write 20 pages in 6 months and get stuck on a writer's block. I write 20 pages in an hour and get stuck. So writer's block will inevitably come. Every day you write, every day you will get writer's block. There is no escaping it. So as I said, when there is a block, what do you do? If there is a traffic block, what do you do? First you wait for some time whether the block removes it by itself or not, otherwise you will find an alternate path. That's the only way to break it. If it is blocking somewhere, in the plot, in the character, you have reached some place where it is not progressing. It's like a traffic block only. So stop it there, give it time, see whether the light turns green. If it doesn't, retrace your path and write again. That's what I do. There could be 100 other ways. What I do is, at least that chapter I start from the beginning. And still it gets stuck, I go to the chapter before that and start from the beginning. From that chapter onwards. Rewrite the entire thing.
That's all, sir. Thank you.
Try it out. Maybe it will work for you.
I'm sorry?
You try it out. Maybe it will work for you. In case you are facing any writer's block.
Yeah, sure. I'll take that advice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I would like to ask you 3 questions. My first question is that, hailing from Kerala, why is that you have chosen myth as your core and not communalism or caste discrimination or some social or political issues, and why myth?
You have not read my books, I think. That's why this question is.
No, sir, I haven't.
Because I use this to address all the issues which you said.
Okay, sir. My second question is that if suppose your books have been made into movies, what would be your suggestion? Like, will it be like Kalki's Ponniyin Selvan being made into movie where Maniratnam changes the climax? Will you be okay with it, or you have few suggestions for it?
I have written more screenplays than books. Both in films and OTT shows and general television, I have written more screenplays than books. One thing what you have to understand is, screenplay is just the architect's drawing or the engineer's drawing. It is not final. The director has every right to change it, and I have sold my books, book rights. I don't care what they make with it. I don't mind. Because it is their story. It's like if I insist, because these are different mediums. If you use the same techniques what you write in books for films, it won't work, and vice versa, it won't work. Film is first an industry and then an art. So film has to be true to the industry. It gives livelihood for thousands of people. There is a very big commercial aspect for it, and a director is somebody, while keeping the artistic things intact as much as possible, his first responsibility is to first responsibility is to see that it succeeds both commercially and artistically. Mani sir is a great director because he is somebody who can marry both these things. He can create great artistic films, and most of them render to great commercial success, which is an amazing feat to achieve. And Kalki's book, wonderful though that it is a product of that time. If you take it exactly, except for the connoisseurs of the book and the prisoners of nostalgia, no one else might like it. That is why the books have to be rewritten again and again depending on the society. So Kalki's book is a great literature, but when you adapt to film, you can have debates on whether it could have been adapted better way or not and all those things. But what Mani sir did, that is perhaps one of the best ways to do it. And he was more historically accurate than what Kalki was. I think you are referring to the Madurantagan's Madurantagan becoming the king, and Madurantagan not being the...
becoming the king rather than, not the real Madurantagan.
Yeah, that is because when Kalki sir wrote it, at that time it was a new device. After that, in Tamil, Telugu industry especially, this has been done to death, that your son has been taken away by someone else and the baby getting exchanged plot has been done to death, that people, the believability goes away if you put it in this modern era. And historically also, that is just to us Kalki's imagination. So Mani sir went with history, where the Madurantagan was not the temple flower vendor.
The temple priest, the flower boy.
Flower boy, but Madurantagan was actually the prince.
Real heir to the throne, but he was raised as a flower boy.
Yeah. So Maniratan sir went by the historical fact, which was more, which we can digest more. If you bring the other one, no. Only thing is that he did not introduce other character at all. He didn't do anything. I think when Mani sir was writing the first part, the climax he was not sure of it, where to go. Otherwise that character itself was not required in the film. What did that character do in the film? The flower boy, Sendi Amudan's character, what did he do in the film?
He didn't do anything.
That's what. So these are the problems when what happened. There are different kind of directors. Like now when I am doing Mahabharata, the Karna, which is coming up. Only thing I insisted the director was Rakesh Omprakash Mehra is a director who had taken Rang De Basandi and Bagh Milka Bagh and all. It is coming in Malayalam, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Hindi, all languages. It's a big film. The only thing I insisted that let me finish the screenplay first. You approve it, and then only we will do the shooting. Many a times what happens, they write the screenplay on the set, which I also have done. So you will get all these kind of, suddenly some character, you don't know what to do with him. When you write in the paper, you can just edit it, delete, you delete it out. Find and delete, you replace, delete it. But when you are doing it in the set, and you already shot half of it, you don't know what to do with it. But since you are a versatile director and a great director, you will get away with it. But ideally, you should finish the screenplay And then leave it to the director. He may accept it or reject it. Sometimes on the shooting floor, the director will find that the screenplay which was so fantastic on paper is not working in the set because the actors are not able to deliver it, or this is not what I want from the actors. So the screenplay on the screen keeps on changing. It's a different art. So it is only, if you insist, I write a book, everybody will have to follow that, I am the dictator. Most probably that will be your last book to get into the film world. And that will be your first and last screenplay writing. Screenplay is industry. That's why I write books which pays very less. And write screenplay which gives me a good living. I'm being very candid. So any literature students, one small suggestion, every screenplay in India now, at least 90% of it is written in English. So, and it need not be Shakespearean English. It can be Butler English also. He come here, they go. He come back, because it's an instruction sheet for the director, he should understand. You have to please only one or two people there. But you have to write visually. So it doesn't matter your Tamil is not good, Hindi is not good. I have written 700 episodes of primetime television without knowing Hindi, in Hindi. Because dialogue is written by someone else. Now every film is taken in 4 or 5 languages. So if you write it in English and give it to them, Telugu dialogue writer will write the dialogues in Telugu, Tamil dialogue writer will write it in Tamil, Malayalam writer will write in Malayalam, Hindi will write in Hindi. And it gets dubbed in all languages, lip-synced. That's it. So as English literature students, you have a great opportunity now to get into Indian screenplay writing. Hollywood, it's a very rare chance that somebody will be called. But Indian screenplay writing it in English gives you a great advantage over, I'm sorry to say, even Tamil MA students or Malayalam MA students or Hindi MA students. That's good news or bad news depending on what you are studying here. It's English department invited me, no? Okay. So it's a gift for you.
Sir, my last question is that why is that you have chosen novel as your genre rather than short stories or drama? Since you have written screenplays, we'll omit this drama, but when it comes to short stories, it will reach the audience soon. Like your most of the, your focus would be on children, right? Like they will also come to know about this caste discrimination myth sooner rather than reading the entire novel or the drama. Short stories reach the children easily. So
you are studying for MA literature and you are talking against novel. Shock me. No,
Sorry,
I was joking, don't worry. Sir. Short story, I have written short story. One biggest issue in India now is there are no avenues for short story writers. Valmiki's Women is a collection of short stories. How many English magazines you see having short stories now? There is no avenue for English short story writers here in India now. There is avenue for novels.
At least we have few short story writers like Sudha Murthy.
Sudha Murthy is a children's writer. She is not a short story writer.
Yes, sir.
Children's book is a separate genre. I have 2 children's books. Short story usually was a medium of magazines. Short stories came when the magazines played the part of television in 100 years or 75 years ago. Short stories came as a part of a place where the story will end. Even if the person doesn't have a continuous subscription of the magazine, the story will end. That's how the short story evolved. Before that also you got short story examples in Kada Sarit Sagar and all those things, but short stories generally is a magazine's art. Now India doesn't have any magazine. You want to write anything other than that. Now I can publish short story because I'm an established writer. I have a collection of short stories like Valmiki's Women and other things. And in Malayalam also, Malayalam still I can write because Madhurumi and other magazines publish short stories. But in English, you have to be an established writer like Sudha Murthy or Ruskin Bond or what I am now. After 12 or 13 books, I attempted the short story. As a beginning writer, as a debutant writer, it's very, very difficult to get a short story collection published. And among it will, even when you write short stories and novels, the short stories generally sell not even 25% of what novels sell. It's a harsh fact.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And if anybody thinks that I am learning to write, I will first write short stories, and when I grow, I will write novels. It is like I will just tell, it is like a second year MBBS student thinking that I am just studying MBBS, I will first teach, I will first look at children, and when I become full MBBS doctor, I will start treating adults. It's exactly like that. Short story is a very, very difficult art. Unless you have learned the art of writing through novels, my suggestion is, please wait to write your short stories until you write your novel. Novel is the easiest art among all. Short story is very tough, poetry is tougher. Good poetry and good short story I am telling. Otherwise any type of poetry can be written. Good short stories and good poetries are very tough. A writer can more easily produce a good novel than good short story or good poetry, and the toughest is to write a good children's book. So I didn't have the courage to write children's book or short story until I finished my 10th book. Even now I don't have courage, my publishers keep insisting, so I write. It's a very tough art. Screenplays are much easier, technical but easier. Novels are easier, short story is a tough art. I am repeating, I know, again because I am emphasizing it. So don't think I'll first write short story. I'll write 10 short stories, then combine them to make into a novel. It doesn't work like that.
Sir, there is an online question from a person called Ayesha, which is, what aspect of mythology is related to the existential philosophy for the present day society?
Everything. Mythology is the constant. Even the Hindu, Buddhist, Jain stories, when I say it is all encompassing, including all the folk narratives of all languages, they talk about the fundamental question of who am I? It's a quest. Every story is that quest. So that is the root, spine, foundation of these stories.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, this is in regard to a documentation in cultural studies, especially when mythology is involved. There is a point where I have to decide whether I have to finalize my findings based on legends, myths, or the people belonging to that particular geographical region, or the existing source of non-fictitious and fiction that exist in the particular field. So in which order should I prioritize my findings? Either it's the legend, the people, the geographical factors, or the non-fictitious sources that I already have in the particular field.
It is too academic and complicated, the question for me. But because I am not a research person, but what I do in my storytelling is that I will always give preference to the influence of that particular story to the people, how it impacts the people. The rest of the things in storytelling is irrelevant. Academically, it's so. See, for example, there will be many sources of the rituals in Rig Veda. How does it matter to me now if I am telling it? Unless I am writing specifically a paper on the rituals of Rig Veda. And if I am writing a paper on Rig Veda, I would rather look at how it influenced the day-to-day life of people. Otherwise, all other things are just theories. Historic philosophies and these things are theories. How is it affecting the people? What are their belief system? If a group of people in a place believe in a supernatural ghost existing in that village. That is their myth and reality. For me, that is the most important thing, how it is affecting their day-to-day life. All other things, whether all other literature on it, whether ghosts exist or not, what is paranormal, what is supernatural, what did the scholar in Germany say, all are irrelevant, because I will put in the shoes of a villager living there and think, what if actually that ghost exists and how it is affecting my life. So this is a storyteller's point of view. Research has its own methodologies which I won't be able to comment. I will always give preference to how the story affects the people.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That'll be the end of the question and answer session. Thank you, sir, for elaborating on the differences between writing and storytelling. You've shown us how stories and folklores can actually transcend linguistic boundaries. As literature students, we've always wondered if the subaltern can speak. And today, you've proved to us that the subaltern can indeed speak through texts that subvert the grand narratives. Sir, we are grateful for your presence here today. We kindly request you to sign a few copies of your books. It would be a great honor to have signed copies of your books in our library, sir.
Staff
As we come to the end of the national seminar, we invite Dr. R. Sudha, Assistant Professor, Department of English, SF, to propose the vote of thanks.
A pleasant afternoon to everyone gathered here. It's my absolute honor to propose the vote of thanks for the day. On behalf of the Department of English, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for gracing the occasion with your presence today. We are doubly happy and thankful to the most celebrated guest speaker of the post-lunch session, the nationwide popular novelist Mr. Anand Neelakantan, whose presence has added more vibrance to this ambience. The enormity of your knowledge on tales, myths, and culture has illuminated all our minds and captivated our attention towards your thoughts throughout. Thank you very much, sir, for the resourceful inputs that you have contributed in an outstanding manner. I'm sure that this has left an indelible impact on all of us. Once again, thank you very much for having accepted our invitation and presenting yourself amidst us, which is highly praiseworthy. I'm indebted to our dynamic principal, Dr. Brinda, beloved Secretary, Dr. T. Kanayan, respected Vice Principals, Dr. Anguraj, Dr. Umarani, and Dr. Jayanti for their constant support and encouragement, without which this program wouldn't have been a massive success. My special thanks and appreciation go to the erudite faculty members of other departments for their lively participation in large number. My heartiest congratulations to all the students of our department and others who acted as our backbones and made the occasion more special and memorable with their unending involvement till today. Thank you all very much. Last but not least, I express my sincerest thanks to all the attendees and participants, both online and offline, for being a part of this national seminar. Your enthusiastic participation in great volume has made it a truly encouraging and cherishable experience for us. Thank you once again for traveling towards our college, for sharing your expertise through paper presentations. I would fail in my duty if I do not express my gratitude to all the technical supporters, video and photographers in and outside the department for their support. Special thanks to the technicians and many others who have in a way or the other been contributed to the successful conduct of the seminar. Once again, finally, I thank you all for your kind support and wish everyone best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The participants and paper presenters may collect their certificates from the certificate desk in front of the auditorium. Thank you everyone for being a part of this event and making it a grand success. Have a nice day.